I just realized that I've been muted this whole time. Oh fucking hell! Okay, a quick TLDR. Sorry. Which is your favorite Twitch emote? Oh, sorry. Yeah, the Ellie Giggle thing I was telling you about. I posted on chat. Is basically I was saying that the owner of the old Ellie Giggle, or the streamer itself, themselves, um, apparently they used to get royalty of some sort every time. I don't know, it's every time people use it, but they used to get royalty for the emo. But now because of the licensing, the contract agreement, I'm assuming, or decided to terminate it. It's no longer a thing, and decided to replace the old Ellie Giggle with this Ellie Giggle. It's the same person. It's the same individual. I know they have longer hair and they may appear to look a bit more different, but yeah, it's the same individual. They kind of said, yeah, they no longer get royalty. They're sad that they can't use the old emo anymore, but they said that to the Forzen community, that because they know that the Forzen community, I'm not part of it, that they love the Ellie Giggle emote, the old one, and if they want the old emote, they're more than happy to send the emote or give consent and authorization for Forzen to re-upload the old Ellie Giggle emote as a followers emote or sub emote or FFZ, BTTV, 7TV emote, I guess. But yeah. Mine was the old Fall Guys one. There was a Fall Guys one? Or was it the pink one? The one... Oh yeah, it's gone. It was a pink Fall Guys one, right? Yeah, it's no longer there, you're right. Yeah, maybe again there was a contract with Fall Guys and it's expired now or something, I don't know. Maybe again, maybe Fall Guys got royalties for it as well and they decided to cut cut money, cut costs. Yeah, the pink one in jail with him crying. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That sucks. But yeah, Twitch just doing. I'm sure they have their reasons. But yeah, just to give a explanation, I kind of said it earlier, but I'm gonna have to reiterate myself because I didn't realize that my mic was muted. But yeah, sorry for the abrupt ending for yesterday. I don't know if the raid went through. I guess the raid didn't go through, is my guess. But there was a power outage right at the end of the stream, so I couldn't say my goodbyes and click on the raid button. It wasn't me just was affected. Apparently the whole entire neighborhood was affected as well, so quite a few people were affected. It went back up around an hour, give or take. Unfortunately, I mean, the good news was the electricity came back, but the bad news was that something happened to the water system. I had no water coming from the kitchen, and I had no hot water coming from the bathroom. So all I had was cold water. And yeah, so it is what it is. It's not ideal, but you gotta make do with what you got. Luckily for me, I'm not saying this was not the first time. I remember like half a year ago there was some water repairs or whatever. So because I knew that in advance, I had a massive tub of water as reserve for emergency, just in case anything happened back then when they were fixing it. And I had to use that to like flush the toilet back then when I was fixing it, because obviously when nature calls, right? So you need to pee or whatever, because there's no water. I couldn't flush half a year ago. I had that tub to help me to flush the water down. It wasn't as effective as flushing, but it was almost effective, I guess. You can do with what you got, right? You do with what you got. You play with the cards that you're dealt with. And I did the same thing last night. I was worried that since I only had cold water in the bathroom, no hot water, and no water whatsoever in the kitchen, I ran the tub of water again for emergency reserves and stuff like that. And when I woke up, I found out there's no water in the bathroom as well now. So, and again, I can't, this time around as well, just like last time when they were repairing it, I can't flush the toilet. So I've used like half of that tub already, massive tub, to flush the toilet, brush my teeth and wash my face and all that sort of stuff. So I have half a tub left. I did call up and they say that it should hopefully be fixed by 1:30. So I might have to AFK around that time to check and see if I have water back and if there's actually hot water. If not, then I have to AFK for a bit to call. I imagine I might be in a queue because I'm sure other household are probably going to be calling saying, yo, what's going on with the water situation. I just heard a neighbor speaking Vietnamese over the phone talking about how he hasn't got water as well. It's a relief. Obviously, it's not ideal to hear that other people also been affected, but it's a relief that it's not only me that's been affected, that I have no water. But yeah, it seems like a whole entire block of flats. It seems like people don't have water. So hopefully it can be fixed soon, so where everyone can get water, especially hot water or water. I was worried about yesterday because no electricity means you can't get your boiler working, and especially during these weathers, there's a lot of elderly people in this block of flats. So yeah, I hope they wasn't too heavily impacted for that 1 hour of no electricity, and they were able to keep themselves warm. I was just snuggling myself up in bed just to try to keep warm during the time of the power outage. But yeah, good news out there. The power went back, and then I turned on the heater right away. So yeah, I might have to AFK around 1, 2 o'clock to cool if there's no hot water or water running at all, or to see if it's been fixed or not. But yeah, that's a TLDR of my situation. So hopefully things are back to normal by 1 o'clock, but we shall see. Fingers crossed. I hope it's back. But yeah, I mean, if I run out of that tub of water, like worst case scenario, I do have around 20, 30 2 liter bottles of water. Obviously, they're meant for consumptions and hydration, but if I have to use it to wash my hands, flush the toilet, and stuff like that, then I'll do it. It's going to be rather expensive, but it's better than just like not flushing it. Hygiene is really important, and yeah, there's no money. Yeah, yeah. So during the power outage, they couldn't fix it right away because apparently there was some water leakage. So I can hear some sounds right now. So I don't know if that's water or whatever being flown through the pipes. I don't know if you can hear it. I can hear something, but yeah, I'm not gonna turn it on just in case. I'll turn it on at 1 o'clock, around 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. But I can hear some sounds. But yeah, hopefully that's them trying to fix the pipes. Did you hear it as well? You could hear it as well. But yeah, I was just saying, I was watching, sorry, I was reading in the live updates with the power outage stuff. But yeah, apparently there was some burst, not burst pipe, but there was some water leakage. So I wonder if there was some pipes leaking, like burst pipes and stuff like that. Because obviously it's been frozen, it's cold and stuff like that. And you should never turn the taps full blast, right? You should do it slowly, let the water flow slowly, and then you can slowly turn it on. But yeah, maybe some people don't know that, and maybe pipes will burst after the power outage. Yeah, I can hear water trickling. Wait. Sorry, let me just check. Let me just see if I can hear. Is it my toilet tank that's filling up? Be right back, guys. Yeah, my water tank, the tank in the toilet tank is being filled up. I can hear water like dripping and trickling, so it's been filled up. So that's a relief. So I'll probably check later if there's hot water or not. But okay, at least there's water now. So I mean, like worst case scenario, I can still wash my hands with cold water, I guess. But yeah, I'll check the hot water later because yeah, I don't need to check it now. I'll check around 1 o'clock, and if there's no hot water, I'll give them a call. Refill that tub. Uh, yeah, okay, I guess I do that. Yeah, it's about half full. Let me fill that up and go put it back. Let's see if there's actually cold water, but I guess I can check if there's hot water as well. I'll be right back. Well, the water was working for a bit, then it stopped working, so I have no idea. And yeah, I flushed the toilet, and I don't hear the water trickling in the toilet as well. So yeah, it's probably still fixing the water stuff. Yeah, I'll probably just wait till 1 o'clock then. That means wait till 2 o'clock and see. Anyways, let's just carry on with the game. 25th of December. Oh, it's Christmas Day. 10 a.m. Detention Center visitors room. A is Ms. Bound. Oh, Mr. Fender. Mr. Edgeworth. I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday. She looks rather tired. Has Mr. Von Karma finished interrogating you? Yes, but though he really only seemed interested in how I melted those sculptures. Are you here to see Monsieur Tangaroa too? Yes, I'm terribly worried about him. Yeah, I wonder what happened to him, because 18 years later we didn't get to see him at all. So what happened to him? Is he still in jail? Detective Bad? What are you doing back there? Oh, just happened to be here. I'll be heading back to the scene soon. Not sure how anyone just happens to be at a detention center, but okay. Good morning. Monsieur Tangaroa, what happened to you? Yeah, what happened to his hair? His hair was black, now his hair's white, right? Oh no, Samsung, what did they do to you? They didn't seem to want to let me sleep. I had no idea interrogations could be so involved. Sorry if I seemed distracted. I think I'm a little tired. They're not letting you sleep? That's not police work, that's torture. What's going on here, Detective Bad? I'm not the one doing the interviewing. It's the guys they put on the case before me. I like Von Karma's method about as much as you do, which is why I'm doing what I can to help. It was Detective Bad who got me out of there. I'd still be in that interrogation room right now if it weren't for him. Detective Bad really is trying to look out for Mr. Tangaroa in his own way, it seems. I probably should have taken notes because I did struggle to remember his name yesterday, towards the second half of the stream. Alright, Eddie, let's share yesterday's finding with Mr. Tangaroa. You got it, Monsieur E. My notepad is at the ready. Mr. Tangaroa, we found quite a bit if you'd like to hear it. Of course. Thank you. Are you alright, Monsieur Tangaroa? You seem kinda spaced out. I'm fine, I think my blood sugar might be running a little low. Samsung! Do we have anything that might give him a little energy boost? Yes, the boost of the attorney badge. Voila! Mr. Tangaroa? You're kind of swaying all over the place. I'm sorry, like I said, I think my blood sugar might be running a little low. Okay. Sugar. Oh, we got the sweets. Do we give it to him? Yeah, let's give it to him now. Huh? Is that chocolate for me? Oh yeah, because Judy makes them, right? And she gave us some. And she said how it's super sweet, and I think Tangaroa likes it. Oh, those are the chocolates I wish I could just give them to you, Mr. Tangaroa, but the rules here don't exactly allow me to do so. Oh, that's a shame. But rules are rules, I suppose. Yeah, is there anything Bad can do? Bad has a lollipop in his mouth. I'm not saying he should give his actual lollipop in his mouth to him, because that's disgusting. But he might have a spare lollipop they can give, maybe. Because he's at the back, right? There must be somewhere we can hand them to him. I hope Detective Bad is noting the meaningful look in his direction. Just let me take a look at them. If they seem legit, I might consider passing them on to the suspect.
Thank you, Detective.
Bad. My hero. I'm touched. Thank you, Detective. Yeah, whatever. Just sit tight. Here. You don't know how much this means to me. Yeah. Keep it down, will ya? For both our sakes. Of course, Detective. I wouldn't wish to put your livelihood at risk. Now to sample these treats.
Detective, I apologize for putting you in a tight spot.
I didn't do it for you. It was my call. Hehe. Guess you're not such a bad guy after all. Haha, I see what he did there. Oh, the sweetness. I feel like a man reborn. Haha, where were they your handiwork, Judy? Yes, how were they? He's a bit more chirpier now, right? Ah, fuck me. Feel them melt, soft and smooth, chocolate that comfort and soothe, ear to ear, head to toe. Smile and savor the taste as it flows. It's hard to sing, especially in that voice. Delicious. They're not exactly beautiful, but they're sweet and also flavorful. Thank you, Judy. I'm so glad you like them.
And I'm glad you're back to your old self.
My apology, friends. The food they serve here is just so flavorless. Oh, yeah, because he's a confectioner, so he's got a... Well, he has more of a sweet palate, but he has a palate. So he can taste the taste. Between that and the lack of sleep, I was about ready to collapse from sheer despair. Wow, is the food here really all that bad? Just the usual, French fries, ham sandwich, stuff like that. Yes, and yet I couldn't taste a thing. Anyway, I'm heading back to the scene. Why was there like a startled from the question mark when he said he couldn't taste a thing? Couldn't taste a thing. Couldn't taste a thing. I can hear the pipes again. But I'm not going to touch it. I'm just going to let the water flow.
Before you go, Detective, do you have any new information to share?
Oh yeah, you're right about the victim's identity. Frost worked as a sculptor in France, where he was known as Paul Halique. Artie Frost was Paul Halique? I never would have imagined. Mr. Halique. So, the famous French sculptor wasn't a Frenchman after all, huh?
This all would certainly explain why Mr. Halique was such a recluse and refused to show his face in public.
He was busy working on his greatest masterpiece, apparently. Bunch of Zodiac statues. Guess he'll never finish them now. He never finished his greatest masterpiece? Nah. Seems like he was making statues for each season, but he never got around to the winter constellation. The winter constellations? You mean Taurus and Gemini?
So the two he made out of ice would have completed the set.
Yeah. And now they're nothing but puddles. What a bummer. I'm so sorry. Oh no, Miss Bound, I wasn't blaming you. One last thing. Seems he had himself a bit of a spending habit when it came to his work. Every statue cost him millions to make. which means he was always strapped for cash. Those ice sculptures cost $1 million? Jeez. We're checking to see if there's any chance someone called in a debt. Oh, was this whole series, wasn't there like a loan shark company? I can't remember what the name was. I think their name kind of sounded Italian. I guess not even famous artists are safe from money problems.
Do you have any idea why he entered the confectionery contest?
None. Guy didn't even tell his family.
I see.
Alright, I really gotta get going. I'll go fetch another guard, but I can't be hanging around here for any longer.
Understood, Detective. We'll see you again shortly. He's a good man. He certainly is. An uncompromising one. Somebody who can be trusted to stand up for what he believes in.
And to scare the pants of anybody he knew he meets.
Now, you were going to tell me about what you learned yesterday. Of course. Allow me to give you a full report.
Thank you for that. And allow me to apologize on Judy's behalf.
I'm so sorry. It's fine, Mr. Tangaroa. As I told her yesterday, the important thing is that we learn the truth in the end. Now, would you mind if I ask you a question or two?
By all means, I'll gladly share all that I can.
What can you tell me about the contestants who took part in the final round of the contest?
Let's see. There were Miss Scone. I loved her design concept. Unfortunately, her entry was in violations of the rules, so I had to disqualify her. Mr. Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least all through the semi-finals. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. And there was actually something a little unusual about his entry for the semi-final as well.
Which was?
It tasted identical to Mr. Frost. They may have looked different, but I could have sworn I was eating the same thing.
Huh?
And what exactly did his work look like? Oh, there should have been a photograph back at my mansion. I'll show it to you later, Mr. Edgeworth.
Much appreciated, Miss Mound.
But Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, that was truly sublime.
So you were able to finish judging it? Even though his body had been discovered in the meantime?
Yes, I wasn't aware of what had happened until after I had completed my assessment. Mr. Frost wasn't in his room when I visited, so I took the liberty of sampling a bit. Part of the layer, I believe. But wasn't the layer meant to be salty? How could he like it if it was salty? Because that's what Thing said. Scone said it was salty. He said his... I never tasted anything like it. It was like a dream. I was so moved that I burst into a song. Wait. If he's... Okay. Maybe he can't taste salt.
I'm sorry, but are you saying that layer tasted good? I'd like to hear more about it if you don't mind.
What happened to his taste buds?
You're quite sure it was the layer you tasted when you sampled Mr. Frost's work?
I'm certain of it. It was part of the Gemini sculpture, which was the only sculpture in that display case. Oh, he hadn't... But there's two though in... Yeah, I'm confused. Someone must have moved the second one in there afterwards, after his assessment.
Mr. Tangaroa, would you mind taking a look at this photograph for me? So the part you tried was the layer, the one shown here without any strings.
Oh, there were strings originally. That was the part I ate.
So the strings were missing because Mr. Tangaroa ate them all and he enjoyed them. Miss Scone told us she ate part of the layer as well, but she said it was far too salty for her to finish. And then it's true. The truth is I've suspected for a while that there might be something wrong with my sense of taste. Something wrong? How so exactly? There's a taste disorder categorized by an inability to detect salty flavors. I suspect I've been suffering from it. I ate so many sweet foods on a daily basis that it took a while for me to even notice. But there's no denying it now. That will explain why the food here seems so bland to him. What? But your taste buds are your livelihood. Even if there were some long-term treatment options, I highly doubt a total cure for your condition exists. Nevertheless, you should put in a request to the police for a proper evaluation. Oh, that won't be necessary. I have a recipe for a cure back at my mansion. You do? I do. You can take a look at it yourself if you like. Samson, you can't show that recipe just anybody. Judy, Mr. Edgeworth is hardly just anybody. He's my attorney and I have no secrets from him. Yes, you're right, of course. If that's what you wish. What on earth is this secret recipe for a miracle cure that they've been hiding? That's crazy. Well, I suppose I should be getting back. Alright, we'll be right with you. Judy. Yes, Samson? There's more to life than just me. Please, Judy, think about the life you want to live, because I won't always be around. Don't say that. Without you, I don't have a life to live. So I'll be waiting right there at the mansion until you come home. Now, if you excuse me.
Wait, Miss Bound.
Judy.
Whoa, she seemed really upset. I thought I saw tears in her eyes. Why did you have to say all that to her?
Because I worry about her. She can't keep putting my needs ahead of her own.
What do you mean?
The Heli collection, the candy making. It's all because she thinks these things will make me happy. She never thinks about what she wants, what she likes. I just want her to be her own person and to choose her own destiny. The last thing I want is for her to miss out on all that life has to offer because of me.
I guess that makes sense.
He really does see her as his own child. What parents wouldn't want their child to walk their own path? And what parents wouldn't do everything they could to protect them? I know exactly how he feels in this moment. I think I've asked of you everything I can for now, Mr. Tangaroa. We should be getting back to the scene of the crime. Oh, you're leaving? I see. I suppose I'll be going back to the interrogation room for another session. Ah, yes. We'll have to do something about that. You'll speak to the police for me? That too. But I'll be putting something else in place as well. Is he gonna put Gumshoe there, station Gumshoe there? Or request Gumshoe to be stationed there to keep an eye out that he won't be mistreated and stuff like that? An ace up our sleeve for when the time comes. Here, I look forward to learning more. I'm counting on you, Mr. Edgeworth.
We'll be back to brief you, Monsieur Tangaroa, every day, tout le jour. And Judy too.
Thank you, Eddie. I look forward to it. Mr. Tangaroa, your interrogator will do everything in his power to extract a confession from you. I hate to see an innocent man suffer like this. But please, you have to do everything you can to hold out. If you can't, Mr. Von Korma will use that confession against you for as long as this case lasts. And it will make it that much harder for me to save you. I understand, and I'll try. I won't give up until you're out of there, Mr. Tangaroa. You have my word on that.
back to the place. 25th of December, 11:03 a.m. Contest venue, fountain room.
Detective Bag, thank you again for what you did earlier.
Yeah. Thanks are done.
What are you talking about?
Ha ha ha. There's no need to be shy about it.
Tisk, never mind that now. I'm guessing you two are back here, looking to investigate some more.
We are indeed. We need something solid if we were going to save Mr. Tangaroa.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but apart from this room, the whole place is on lockdown.
What? But we need to see those other rooms.
This is Mr. Von Karma's doing, I presume.
Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy yet. The autopsy report yet either. Guy's probably got a hand in that too. And don't expect to speak with anybody except us cops and Miss Bound. Everybody else is gone. And I doubt Von Karma will be handing out phone numbers.
Is this all just a game to him? Why does he have to go so far?
So what's your plan of action, Detective?
Same as before. Do what I can to help you uncover the truth like I promised.
You have my gratitude.
I don't know why I bowed when he bowed as well, but I'm bowing. Just you wait, Monsieur Von Karma. We're going to beat you and your bag of dirty tricks.
Detective, may we conduct a brief investigation of the area?
Sure, but like I said, everything else is off bounds. You probably won't be seeing those rooms again.
That's fine. As long as there's at least some way of continuing our investigation, we'll make do.
Oh, investigation! It's time for the investigation. Ho ho ho. Where shall we go first?
Let's speak to this dude. The statues on the fountain depict cherubs enjoying some chocolate fondue.
Poor Elix's works, apparently. Gotta hand it to him. They look so real.
Detective, are you saying you have personally seen cherubs before?
Tisk. Attorneys. Always poking holes in people's words.
What did I do something wrong?
I meant to speak to the dude, but Fountain works as well.
Excuse me, may I ask what you're investigating?
Sir, I'm analyzing the fountain water to see what might be in it, sir.
And what did you find?
Chocolate and what looks like the kinds of flavorings and colouring used in frozen desserts, sir. The composition of the chocolate seemed to be the same as that of Mr. Tangaroa's work. And the flavourings and the colouring match the profile of those used in Mr. Frost's ice sculpture.
Those little river flows from all four artists' room right here to this mountain. Guess that's how the stuff from the melted sculptures wound up in there.
And that's not all, sir. We've also found blood. Yeah, because I was just thinking that, you know, the chocolate piece that was ripped out of the treasure chest. I wonder if it was thrown here or it was they threw it into that river and it got, well, I say river, but you know that little channel thing, channeling system, and it flowed all the way down to this fountain and it stayed here.
What? Why is there blood in the water?
It's basically what I just explained to you guys. It's what I'm guessing Gregory's gonna explain to Bad.
Think about our investigation of the murder scene, Detective.
Yeah, so here you can see that there's a chest piece missing, and that's where the blood was. And I'm guessing they must have threw it either directly into the fountain, in where the water feature is, or through that channeling system which got washed ashore and don't wash ashore. So it got washed and flowed all the way to the center where the fountain is.
Take another look at the scene in front of us, Detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing.
You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioned they removed the blood along with the body.
The victim's blood was mysteriously absent, as was the part of the chocolate chest it had pulled on. I believe that the blood probably belonged to... Oh, it's the dead guy here.
Take that.
The victim, huh? I have the guy compare it with the blood on the murder weapon. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost.
I don't know how quickly they can easily like test like this, because it seems like it's instantaneous. Like, yeah, let me just check. Let me whip out my test kit, my blood test kit. Yep, it matches Frost. Okay, it is him. Yeah, I would have thought it would take quite a while to run some tests, but okay.
But why would someone want to send the victim's blood downstream and into the fountain like this?
Yeah, that's what I want to know as well. I'm a bit confused on that. Why someone would want to do that. Oh, we got no clue. We got no connection thing to do yet, because I just looked at the top right. There's nothing there. Who else is it? Oh, let's speak to Judy. Judy?
Miss Bound, we're here to continue our investigation.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm so sorry about earlier. She's still looking kind of down in the dumps, Monsieur E.
She must have been greatly taken aback by what Mr. Tangaroa had to say.
I found the photograph in the semi-final entries for you. Here, it's all yours. Wow, Miss Scones sure knows how to make a cute cake. But is any of it real though? Could be plastic and stuff, right? Yeah, Samsung loved her design for that one. And he loved the designs and flavour of Mr. Gusto's and Mr. Frost's entries too. Only problem was, they look very, very similar. I'm not gonna lie to you. You got the red flowers, the pink flowers, the blueberries. The only difference I can see is just a unicorn versus a bird. Obviously with a bit of the landscape being changed, but essentially they look quite identical. It's like someone copying someone's homework and just changing it slightly, adjusting it slightly. And if I had to guess, I'm not, please don't sue me. I'm just speculating, not throwing wild accusation here, but I'm just speculating that if I had to guess, it probably was Carmelo Gusto that was copying Frost's homework and slightly changing it. As Samsung mentioned earlier, they tasted exactly the same. I mean, they look almost the same, using the same materials, ingredients and stuff like that. However, their respective entries for the final tasted nothing alike, it seems.
Was there anything else of note that changed between the semi-final and the final?
Nothing major, but I guess there was one thing. Mr. Gusto's son was always here with him throughout the contest. But he was nowhere to be seen during the final. He has a kid?
Why would his son come and hang out at a contest venue of all places?
Was he there to sabotage? Was he there to do the working for him?
You sure you're happy for us to keep hold of this?
Of course. I hope it helps your investigation. Oh, I also have this book containing the recipe for the cure Samsung mentioned.
We've seen this book before.
Yeah, it was in the back in Tangaroa's room, right? With the chocolate frame and stuff like that. Yeah. It was in the chocolate frame in Tangaroa's room. That's right, he put it on display there so everybody could see the grand prize. What? The cure is the ultimate cookbook? So it's not a book of dessert recipe, I take it? Oh no, we told the contestants, of course. But I guess nobody told you yet.
So the contestants all knew what the ultimate cookbook was this whole time.
Okay, so let me try and think what might have happened here. Okay, so people know that this cookbook isn't a recipe for all glorious types of food. It's a book that contains a cure for those who can't taste salty things. Or in this case, it says cure for taste disorder. Okay, so could it be that Gusto or his son has the same disorder, and possibly Frost as well? Wait, I'm just trying to remember. They said that Frost's and Gusto's tasted the same in the semi-final, so they were both good. I mean, sorry, good as in their taste. They didn't exhibit any taste disorder, but didn't say that the finals for Gusto was bad. Not bad, but like it wasn't as good as the semi-final. It could be that there was loads of salty and this and stuff like that, or something along the line. All I remember is that the quality, the standard of the semi-final entry and the finals entry were inconsistent. The semi-final tasted better than the finals, according to Tangaroa. I don't know if it's could it mean that two different people worked on it? Let's just say, for example, Tangaroa's son worked on the semi-final and Tangaroa worked on the final piece. Or Tangaroa worked on the semi-final piece, but the son went and changed it or did something to the thing, to the ingredients, to the recipe, and tweaked it a bit. The actual stuff that he used to make it not as salty or whatnot. But the fact that they both entered, could it be that? Because I'm thinking that maybe they know that one of them, either the son or himself, has a taste disorder, is what I'm trying to get at. But I'm trying to figure out what about Frost. Like, did he have a taste disorder as well? He could have, because you think about it, the liar apparently was also the Lear was actually salty as well when Scone tasted it. So maybe Frost and the dad, Gusto, Carmelo, both had a taste disorder and they're competing because they want the cure. So they had to win to get the cookbook to find the cure. Maybe? I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out why they would both do it. And the importance of this. But anyways, let's carry on. I'm just thinking out loud. My thought process out loud.
I'd like to hear more about the cookbook if you don't mind, Miss Bound. So if I understand correctly, the Ultimate Cookbook is actually a collection of recipes for different medicines.
Exactly. Or rather, totally new medications that haven't made it to the market, to be precise. Either that, or they want to win for nefarious reasons. Well, not nefarious reasons, but like for greed. So they can make a killing, make money, and monetize it.
To the right buyer, a pharmaceutical company, for example, it'd be worth a fortune.
So yeah, so this is the reason why I think Scone entered the competition for the pharmaceutical company, which we know a lot of people are not a fan of. I remember during university, I did think about going into after graduating with my degree, I thought about going into some sort of like post grad school, I guess you want to call it that, like pharmaceutical sciences, and then later on work for a pharmaceutical company. But the more I thought about it, I think it was in my second year of uni, the more I thought about it, the more I was like, I don't think this is a good idea, because I don't know, morally I just don't think I can work for a company like that. I mean, I'm gonna say, if you do work for a pharmaceutical company, like you do whatever pays the bill and keep a roof over your head, I guess. But yeah, for me personally speaking, I don't know. It just doesn't sit well with me. The fact that people are making a crap ton of money on medicine to help people and cure people. You know. Yeah, it just doesn't sit well with me. Like, in the ideal world, I think medicine should be free, but you know, it'll be at a cost, right? So someone has to foot the bill. But yeah, and whether we all think that pharmaceutical companies are greedy or not is a different story, right? I understand they do spend loads of money on research and stuff like that, but yeah, the amount of money they make, I'm sure, is it's got to be crazy. So let's look at GSK or Pfizer, for example, right? I'm guessing if we go to their wiki page, would it tell you how much they made that year? Yeah, so the revenue for 20. Wait, how does this work? So the revenue for 2024 apparently was 31 billion. Net income was just a bit under 3 billion. I don't know how that all works out and stuff like that. But yeah. But still, 3 billion for net income is still a crazy amount. Yeah, just the thing. If we look at Pfizer, how much do they make? I don't know who's the biggest, who's the top dogs between that GSK, Pfizer, what's the other one, Johnson & Johnson and stuff like that. Okay, Pfizer seems to be big as well. So Pfizer revenue for 2024 was 63 billion, 63 and a half. Net income was 8 billion. Yep. How about Johnson & Johnson? I don't know how big Johnson & Johnson are. Oh shit, they're big. They're even bigger. Their revenue was almost 89 billion, and then their income was 14 billion. Jeez, these people. I think that might be the big three, right? Big three. Oh, there's another one. AbbVie, Merck, Eli Lilly. I've never actually heard of them. I've never heard of this one. Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly. I actually never heard of them. Oh, GSK is quite small compared to the others. Interesting. Yeah, their revenue was 45 billion and their net income was 10.5 billion. Yeah, these are pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, like them or hate them, you know, they do make a lot of money. People will say that it's for greed, you know. Why should you capitalize on people's downfalls and illnesses and stuff like that? But you know, this is the world we live in. Yeah, I couldn't. It didn't sit well with me applying for or thinking about working for a company like that, so I never looked into it. But why make that grand? But why make that grand prize in the confectionery contest? Mr. Tangaroa is the sole heir of the Tangaroa family fortune. Perhaps you've heard of the Tangaroa's group. The Tangaroa's group? Yeah, I think I've heard of them somewhere before. It's a major pharmaceutical corporation. Sells all kinds of pills and poisons. Alright, I see. So he's... Okay. His dad's... Okay. Oh yeah! The new Gold Killer Pro has been making some real waves since it went on sale. I always reach for a Cold Killer when I'm feeling under the weather.
Which is never as far as I've seen. I'd like to hear more about the Tangaroa group if you don't mind. So, did Mr. Tangaroa not want to take over for his parents and go into the family business?
No, he preferred the idea of making people's lives better through the power of confectionery. and his parents supported him in in his quest to become the best in the world. And then when they passed away, he inherited the cookbook.
But why would he make such a valuable heirloom a mere contest prize?
He's been hounded by so many people looking to make that book their own. He was tired of it. But it would have been an insult to his parents' memory simply to give it away. So he decided to find someone he felt was worthy of it. Okay, so if what was said was true about Frost, maybe Frost entered not because of his the more I think about it, maybe it's not because of his disorder, his taste disorder. Maybe I don't know who mentioned it. How apparently his statue cost like close to like $1 million to make, right? So he may not be the richest of person. I mean, he may be struggling financially. So maybe he was looking to win, to sell, to make a giant killing, to pay off his debt. Now, I don't know about Gusto. Maybe Gusto also did it for financial reasons, financial incentives to enter the competition, or maybe he has a taste disorder. I think him or his son has a taste disorder, and he wanted to find a cure. So he genuinely wanted to win to cure his son, to make the recipe to cure his son. Whereas I feel like Frost did it to pay off his debt potentially, and Scone did it for the pharmaceutical side of things as well.
I bet the board of directors loved that, handing over the fruits of all their expensive research to someone else.
They hated the idea, of course, which is why Delicia entered the contest. Okay, so Scone works for Tangarora's dad's company. The Tangarora group wanted her to win the book back for them. That makes sense.
So you knew she was a pharmacist all along?
Yes, not only that. I told her how to appeal to Samsung's taste. I tried to help her win.
But why?
I wanted to protect Samsung by protecting the Tangaroa group. If that cookbook fell into another company's hands, the board would never forgive him. So I wanted to find a way to keep it with the company, but in a way that Samsung couldn't object to.
So that's how Miss Scone managed to make it so far in a contest she had no business in taking part in.
Wait, so could it be, actually thinking about it now, maybe Gusto or his son didn't have a tasteful disorder. Maybe Judy Bound, from the events that we've learned so far now, up to now, maybe Judy Bound actually sabotaged. Because you know they were saying that the semi-final and the final for Gusto's the taste, the quality was lacking in the final compared to the semi-final. There was a clear distinction, clear difference between the two, between the pair, for whatever reason. And it could be that she might have tampered the final because she thought that he could have won, and if she tampered with it, there's a better chance that Scone could win. Same thing with Frost. Maybe she made the Lear salty on purpose. Again, to tamper so Scone could win. But little did she know that she got disqualified. That is. I don't think that's a far-fetched idea. It's feasible, but we'll see.
But Miss Scone wasn't the only one pretending, was she? Mr. Frost wasn't really a confectioner either, and he still made it all the way to the final, just as like she did. Not bad. Yes, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Such a talented sculptor and a gifted crafter of desserts too.
Gifted indeed, judging by the standard of his work in the final. But how did one man produce pieces of that size and quality in such a short period of time?
Maybe someone lent a hand. I'm not sure I have much more to tell you. But if there's anything else I can help you with, I'd be happy to, of course.
She's certainly very keen to ensure that she does all she can for Mr. Tangaroa. I could certainly use a cup of tea you made us yesterday if you wouldn't mind. I think that might help move the investigation along nicely.
Oh, I have some too. Your tea is to die for, Miss Bound. Well, how could I possibly refuse? I'll bring it right out. You know, I think that cheered her up a little. Oh, we finished. I thought there was more stuff to do.
We learned a little more about the contest participants, but there's still one question involved in Mr. Gustav for which we've not got an answer to.
This is a recap, so I'm not gonna read it. Oh shit, I should have read that, sorry. This is not a recap.
What was he doing in Mr. Frost's room? And that's not all. I have questions about the work he submitted for the semi-finals. A confectioner who admits to lacking design sense and a sculptor with it in spades. Mr. Gustav could not have hoped to win such a high-level contest by himself. Which is why I'm beginning to wonder if there was some sort of connection between him and Frost, Mr. Frost.
I'm seeing there's any similarities. Could there be one's 38, one's 36. Okay.
Detective, I need to ask Mr. Gustav a few more questions. His story still doesn't quite add up for me.
Me neither.
We need to figure out how to get in touch with him.
Is that Von Karma?
Oh, do you now? Yeah.
Good luck with that, because I have no intention of allowing it.
Mr. Von Karma,
I am already in the midst of my own investigation into Gusto, so there is no need for the likes of you to pester him with the same questions again. I will, however, be happy to answer any questions you might have.
He seems dead set on preventing me from talking to Mr. Gusto, in which case, fine. Then allow me to take you up on your offer.
Very well. What is it?
I'd like you to tell me about the connection between Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost.
Oh, okay. Gusto and Frost connection.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. The connection between Gusto and Frost? It was simply a matter of a coincidence. They both happened to be taking part in the same contest.
And that's all?
That's all I have to say to you.
What? But that doesn't help us at all.
We'll have to confront him with evidence if we want to draw the truth out of him. And it's imperative that we do. He's clearly hiding something.
Yeah, this is like a really short testimony. It's like two statements only. Oh shit, okay. I didn't know, I forgot there's two. Okay. It has to be this one, right? We just go to here, and then we present this thing here. Objection. They look too similar to not be connected to each other.
I wonder if you could look at the two confections in the foreground for me, Mr. Von Karma. They were made for the contest semi-finals. Both are quite exquisitely crafted, wouldn't you agree?
Get to the point.
As the nameplate suggests, these were Mr. Gusto's and Mr. Frost's entries. Mr. Gusto told us that confection design was far from his strong suit, and yet his work in the picture is just as good as Mr. Frost's, exactly as good in fact. We learned from another witness that their two entries also tasted exactly the same. Okay, the more I think about it, I wonder if they both colluded, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Maybe this is a bit copium. Maybe they're both colluded, right? One wanted a book to cure his or his son's taste disorder. The other wanted a book to sell to make crap tons of money to pay off his debts. They both colluded, and they both entered independently as well at the same time. So it will increase their odds of winning, right? Because then there's 4 people in the finals. It was Frost, Gusto, Scone, and Tangaroa, right? So they all have. So they have. If they colluded, they have a 50% chance of winning, rather than 25%. And then maybe Gusto got greedy and then chopped Frost, because obviously he relied on Frost to sculpture and make it look pretty. And then in the final, he chopped him so he can take it all. And then maybe he tried to pass his sculpture for his own. Or maybe it was the other way around. Frost tried to kill Gusto, and he in self-defense he killed him. We'll see. Maybe I'm chatting rubbish. I don't know. Maybe there was some collusion between the two.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that you were helping one other. They were helping one another out. Let's take a closer look, shall we? While at first glance the two may appear to be superficially different, it soon becomes apparent that there are significant similarities in how they are put together. They are made of the same ingredients, taste the same, and share a similar design aesthetics. This picture is proof positive that the two were working together.
If you figured that much out, I suppose there's little point in denying it.
Mr. Von Karma knew along that they were cooperating, but I'll warn you, none of what you are about to hear will be to your advantage.
Oh, the second one. Is this a short again, or is it a bit longer? Gusto and Frost's real connection.
Let me confirm what you seem so desperate to prove. Gusto and Frost were indeed working together. Gusto spelled out the details of his relationships to Frost during his questioning last night.
It seems they were helping one another right up until the day before the final.
Okay, so that's why the taste is so different. It was inconsistent.
So you knew that the two were cooperating. Mr. Von Karma, why are you trying to bury the truth?
Please, enough with the petty slander. I merely wanted to avoid your poking your nose around before I could provide proper context in court. It simply slipped my mind to explain that to you.
It doesn't explain why he's been so slippery with the facts, though. I need to figure out what it is he's hiding. I can't let things end like this.
Okay, there's 3 statements. Okay, let me confirm that. Yeah, I want to know more about why they decided not to work in the finals.
Hold
it. But why were they cooperating?
Gusto's sense of design is subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. Neither of them stood a chance of making it through the contest alone.
So what was their end game? Why cooperate only until the day before the finals?
Gusto claims to have ended the scheme. Allegedly, he wanted to win the finals on his own merits. His one and only goal was really to be crowned to be the world's best confectioner. And his pride would not allow him to do so with the help of another.
Cheaters can only ever win hollow victories, I guess.
I was under the impression that their collaboration had only lasted through the semi-finals, but I'm starting to think it might have lasted up through the final itself. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to ask you some more questions about how long they worked together for, if you don't mind.
If you must.
Best. The two competent for final and decide to compete on their own merits. Okay, let's ask more about this one.
Before you ask, I'm not objecting to your characterization of Mr. Gusto's design sense.
Yeah, he admitted himself he isn't all that great.
He made what he alleged to be a likeness of me. Just thinking of the abomination he came out with turns my stomach.
Yeah, I kinda like the guy's work.
An artistically rich amateur and an artistically impoverished professional. In a way, it was inevitable that they would wind up working together.
Let's check this one out.
You really believe that they were cooperating until the day before the finals and then just simply stopped? That seemed a little strange to me, wouldn't you agree?
I've told you the truth, whether you find it strange or not is none of my concerns.
He was concerned enough to try and hide it from me only a few minutes ago though, which means there must be a reason for that. Based on Mr. Tangaroa's assessment, it sounded as if Mr. Frost's entry for the final was the clear winner.
Which means he must have still been working with Monsieur Gusto, right?
That's precisely what I was thinking. I must have some kind of evidence proof that they were cooperating right up through the finals.
Maybe we gotta... Was there anything else? She said it was scrumptious. Which, yeah, because the fact it was scrumptious means Gusto must have worked on the Gemini statue, because he's Frost is an amateur confectioner, right? So there's no way he could have made it really nice. That was Gusto's doing, so it's probably this one.
Objection.
They weren't working together during the finals? I find that a little hard to believe. Miss Scone is on record as having described Mr. Frost's creations as scrumptious. And while he was certainly skilled, I doubt even he would have become a world-class confectioner overnight. It seems far more likely to me that he and Mr. Gusto were still cooperating during the finals.
How many times must I explain this to you? Assertions require proof, and one person's entirety subjective statement is not proof of anything. Besides, even amateurs can occasionally make delicious food. Perhaps Frost was simply lucky. My wife, for example, is an amateur whose cooking puts first-class chef to shame.
How is that not an entirely subjective statement?
Furthermore, you are ignoring another crucial part of the pharmacist's testimony, namely that she also described some of Frost's work as having been unbearably salty. In other words, your evidence actually shows that Frost failed to produce that perfect confectionery.
I mean, he has a point.
Tusk, 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 tusk. No more objections, I take it.
There must be some way I can prove that Gusto and Frost were still collaborating.
Monsieur E? There's something that's been on my mind.
Yes, what is it? Yes, what is it, Eddie?
Monsieur Frost's entry for the finals, wouldn't it be taking a while to make?
I would imagine so.
Yeah, so yeah, if it took a while to make, then maybe they were making this beforehand and it was in the works for a while. Making flavored water, freezing it all, and then carving 2 whole sculptures? Could he really have done all that and helped Mr. Gusto with his work? If it was me, I've barely gotten as far as setting the flavored waters up to freeze part. I just can't see how Mr. Frost could have pulled it off. Maybe the sun was involved as well, maybe. I don't know, was working on it. Perhaps there's some lollery instincts in you after all, Eddie. Your pondering certainly points to another possibility. Eddie's right. Mr. Frost would have needed to freeze his own large block of flavoured ice to create his art, and there wouldn't have been time to do that during the contest itself. So what must Mr. Frost have done in order to finish his flavoured ice entry within the time frame? He must have need to do it beforehand, right? It must be the day before the final. He must have made the flavoured ice the day before. Then all he would have had to do was sculpt it. Yeah, so it could be possible that whilst he was sculpting Gusto's stuff, Gusto could have been working on the flavoured water. The flavoured ice.
What are you muttering about now? Oh, I'm sorry. I just realised something, that's all.
I realised that you're correct. What? Monsieur E? I hope you know what you're doing.
Oh, you're accepting defeat at last, are we?
Heh.
The only thing I'm accepting is that perhaps one of the things you said was true. They were helping one another right up until the day before the final. Just as you said, the day before the final really did mark the end of their collaboration. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavoured ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze, and whose flavours would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto.
Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me, that he helped Frost until the day before the final.
In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return?
I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead.
Objection!
Perhaps not, but I imagine Mr. Gusto could tell us, so why don't you let us speak with him? Or do you still insist your interrogation was as thorough as you claimed?
How dare you call my methods into question?
That's not my intention. I just don't understand why you would obstruct a perfectly valid time of inquiry. Give me one good reason as to why you're keeping Mr. Gusto from me.
One good reason? Certainly. The how and why of Frost and Gusto's collaboration had absolutely no bearing on this case.
Objection!
How can you possibly say that with any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason, that could very well have been a motive behind this murder.
Could it indeed? Then why didn't Gusto himself tell me about it? Why did the man you seem so keen on accusing share the details of his collaboration with the prosecution? Please tell me you have some proof to back up your preposterous suspicion this time.
Mr. Gusto only acted suspiciously one time that we know of, and imagine Mr. Von Karma is aware of exactly what that suspicion action was, which means this is probably a trap.
Well, cat's got your tongue.
But even if this is a trap, I can't back down for now. Now, Mr. Gusto snuck into Mr. Frost's room, and we still don't know why. The fact alone is reason enough to suspect him.
Tisk tisk tisk. If that's your only concern, then allow me to clear it up for you.
I knew it. It was a trap.
I was saving this for the trial, but consider it as a taste of things to come. Plus, I hate for the proceedings to drag on because of your needless interjections. Here, take a look at this.
Okay, so it looks like that maybe the kids are friends as well. Because I was wondering about this. The students, sorry, they're both the age 36 and 38. Maybe they have kids that are, or they're related somehow. And I guess the relation is that maybe the kids are good friends with each other. Maybe even go to the same school. Who knows?
That's Gustavus and Frost and their sons.
Because then they say that Gustav's kid was there as well.
Gustav snuck into Frost's room in order to retrieve this photograph. But why? It seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Gustav was concerned that the fact that Mr. Frost and his acquaintance might place him under suspicion, undue suspicion. A concern that you had just proved was entirely well-founded. Gustav's actions makes perfect sense. And you have given me no reason to believe otherwise.
Ugh.
He's never going to let me talk to Mr. Gustav. Now, if you are quite done obstructing my investigation, I have things to be getting on with.
Is that smug, self-righteous jerk? I'll give him something to be getting on with. What do we do, Monsieur? Monsieur Tangaroa finished if we can't figure something out.
Things to be getting on with.
What does he mean by that?
What exactly could those things be? He has a body, a murder weapon, and a suspect in custody.
If the prosecution means to pursue Mr. Tangaroa, surely they have all they need. So why is Mr. Von Karma still investigating the scene of the crime? Yeah, why? Something on your mind, Monsieur E?
We're missing something. Something important. Mr. Von Karma has everything he needs to proceed with a prosecution of Mr. Tangaroa. And yet, he doesn't seem entirely confident of his case.
If he was, why refuse to share information with Detective Bat?
Oh, we got a clue finally. In addition, we still haven't solved the mystery of what happened to the evidence that went missing. Take another look at the scene in front of us, Detective.
A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing.
You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioned they removed the blood along with the body.
Evidence that turned up not in Mr. Tangaroa's room, but in the most unusual place. Here, the fountain. Yeah, that's a recap.
So there were no traces of Mr. Frost's blood left in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Yet we found some in the fountain instead. Why?
I guess it's just these two here. Connection.
Mr. Frost's blood went missing from the crime scene, but traces of it showed up in the fountain. Why go into the trouble of removing the blood from the scene after the body had been discovered? And why only the blood? Surely the blood would have been in the way. Wait, could somebody have moved the body aside to get to the blood? So the body might have been moved aside, or even removed from the scene of the crime entirely. After all, as far as we know, there's still no autopsy report. We've learned plenty about the murder weapon and the suspect, but very little about the body itself. Our assumption thus far had been the body had been recovered by the forensics team. But what if the assumption is false? What if Mr. Von Karma wouldn't show Detective Bad the autopsy report out of something other than spite? What if we've been thinking about this the wrong way around all along?
So what he's saying is that maybe the ship didn't... Maybe... I'm not too sure what's going on here.
The question isn't why did Von Karma hold back information about the body? It's did Von Karma even have any information about the body in the first place? How do things look from that angle? Perhaps the body hadn't been removed by the police in order to carry out an autopsy. Perhaps it had already been removed and hidden away by the culprit before their arrival. Yeah, that I was thinking as well. I was wondering if they were murdered somewhere else, and they were placed into the chest afterwards. And obviously, if they were murdered somewhere else, that would definitely change things. Monsieur E? We've both heard the rumours about Mr. Von Karma's questionable methods. Fabricated witness statements, shady deals, forged evidence even.
Sure, everybody's heard of that stuff, but what does that got to do with us right now?
I would never judge a person on the basis of rumours alone. Even Mr. Von Karma, I tried my best not to let my preconceptions colour our interactions with him. Nonetheless, it appears he may indeed be willing to twist the truth to his own ends.
Twist as the truth? You mean he's been playing dirty?
I fear he might have been, and still is. And I'm not about to let him get away with it.
Okay.
I'm returning to the prosecutor's office. Don't breathe a word about anything to that infernal attorney.
Yes, sir.
Hold it!
Hold it. Yes? What is it now? I have a few questions, Mr. Von Karma, about the certain facts you've been keeping from us. Really? You mean to call the methods of an officially sanctioned investigation into questions yet again? I'm warning you, if you obstruct the police in their work any further, there will be consequences.
Objection!
It's not the police I have an issue with, Mr. Von Karma, it's you. What? Isn't it on the prosecution to work out who the real culprit of the crime is? What foolishness is this? I have no intention of debating what the prosecution's role is or is not with the likes of you. But let me make one thing clear. My job is to identify suspects and ensure that every last one of them is convicted at all costs. Believe me when I say I leave absolutely no room for doubt when I present my perfect, unassailable cases.
Objection!
And how far would you go for your perfect cases? Would you create facts of whole cloth, perhaps? I thought you had outdone yourself already, but now you intend to accuse me of fabricating evidence. I do, because it is why you've done nothing but hinder Detective Bad from doing his job at every turn. What are you talking about? You didn't shut him out of the investigation because you wanted him... You didn't shut him out of the investigation because you wanted him to keep an eye on us. You did it to stop him from finding out that you don't have the body. Wow. He doesn't have it as a body? Ridiculous. You're clutching at straws. I will tolerate no more of your preposterous slander. Then allow us to examine it. Prove me wrong if you can. Just. I'm afraid you have to try a little harder than that. I'm under no obligation whatsoever to prove your baseless accusations one way or another.
Objection!
As you must have seen for yourself, a piece of bloody chocolate is missing from the scene of the crime. Why did it disappear, and where did it go? What does it matter? Some blood went missing from the chest where the body was found. So what? So what indeed? That's precisely my question. If the body was still at the scene when the police got here, removing the blood would accomplish nothing. However, let us suppose for a moment that the body was not. If someone had wanted to erase any trace of what had happened in that room, then it all makes perfect sense.
What is this petty obsession with the bloodstain? But since it's so important to you, why don't you tell me where you believe it went?
Of course, after all, evidence is everything, as you never tire of telling us. I believe this should back up my theory quite nicely. What evidence do I have to show where the blood from Mr. Tangaroa's room went?
Take that!
Traces of the victim's blood were found in the fountain. That's what the forensic guy told us, right? Along with the traces of the chocolate from Mr. Tangaroa's room. I believe the missing piece of the bloodstained chocolate was dumped into the stream that flows to the fountain, which strongly points towards one certain fact. Someone purposely disposed of the blood after the body had been removed from the chest. Mr. Von Karma, where did you find the body? You didn't find it, did you? Answer me.
Where'd you get your hands on that kind of evidence? You have neither the authority nor the means to carry out that kind of evidence on the fountain water. No, but I do. Curse you bad. You've been a thorn in my side from the moment you were assigned. Well, no longer. As of now, you're officially off the case.
Can the prosecutor do that? Shouldn't it be like the police commissioner? Or something?
I was barely on it in the first place.
Mr. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Will you admit it? Will you confirm that nobody was ever recovered?
Tush. It's really quite the claim, you know. One that you'll never find any proof for, I'm afraid.
What must I do to get an answer out of him?
Now, if you don't mind, I've given you quite enough of my precious time already. I look forward to destroying you in court, Gregory Edgeworth.
Your precious logic and theories won't save you then. Nothing will. Mark my words, Mr. Von Karma, your methods will be your undoing. No matter how you try to hide the truth, I'll bring it all to light in the end. Forgive me, detective. I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position. Don't sweat it. It was always gonna end this way. Sorry, oops. I was in character. Wait, hold on.
Don't sweat it. It was always gonna end this way. Honestly, nobody's ever sidelined with me the way he did before. First time for everything, huh? You know, I think you might be right about the body being missing.
I am, and I'll prove it in court.
Here, well, if there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. Since, you know, I'm off the case now.
That's very kind, and I'm sorry to keep asking favors of you, Detective Bad, but there's one more thing.
Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Come on, let me on the secret.
Alright, Eddie, the detective and I was just arranging a little insurance for the trial. I think we have enough to see Mr. Tangaroa acquitted, but I prefer to have an ace in the hole, just in case.
And? What is it?
You'll find out in the courtroom.
Wait, what? You're letting me join you?
Of course I am. You are my assistant after all.
Ha, I'll be more than that by next year. I'll be a full-fledged attorney, you know? We can take on Monsieur Von Karma together.
Indeed. Though I'm hoping we'd have freed Mr. Tangaroa by then. But if we're up against Mr. Von Karma, I guess we can't rule out the possibilities that this might take some time.
Right, but we'll do everything we can in the meantime. I know you can beat Monsieur Von Karma, Monsieur E. I believe in you.
Not if you keep eating those notes of yours. I don't know. I mean, I don't think that's a... I don't know if it's high in calories, Crapper.
We can't allow Mr. Tangaroa to remain in prison for a crime he didn't commit. And we won't. I expose Mr. Von Karma's lies if it's the last thing I do.
Oh, to be continued. It's going to save. It's got fibers though, right? Fiber's good. Right? Crapper. I saved your progress. Okay, I'm going to go to the toilet, so I'll be right back. I might as well check the water whilst I go to the toilet and see if it'll flush and stuff like that. Okay, be right back. Remember to stretch, hydrate, and all that jazz. Okay, I'm back. The kitchen is fine now, but the bathroom is still not fine. There's hot water, but there's not much water coming out of it. So yeah, I'll give it like an hour and see if things has fixed itself or not. Man, I hate when things like these happen. Just want things to go smoothly, but sometimes life just happens. So I'm just finishing off this Picross game that I was playing while I was waiting for the water to see if the water would start flowing, but that was not the case. The main thing is that the kitchen having water, both hot and cold, is good. I guess I can do stuff, but showering is also gonna be an issue if there's no water, constant running water. Gotta pick my poison at the moment. But anyways, yeah, I'll check in an hour or so. Oh yeah, I'll probably play till the next part. Where are we right now? We're in the latter. Okay, so maybe we're close to the end. I don't know, but yeah, I'll play. How are you gonna play? 2nd of April. Okay, this is now the current time. 2nd of April, 2:10 p.m. Zodiac Hall Fountain Room. And that's pretty much how things went down. Those are the facts of IS-7 as far as I'm concerned. I'm finally learning the truth about my father's last case. So what happened at the trial? Well, we lost. Von Karma did a real number on us. Really? You couldn't prove that Mr. Tangaroa was innocent? Oh, we proved it alright. He had a decent little pile of evidence in our favor. Problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He fought even dirtier than we feared. I can imagine. Secure a conviction at all costs. At all costs. That was his guiding principle. Yeah. Ain't that the truth? Anywho, the trial dragged on and on. Whole thing took about a year in the end. I'll never forget the day the verdict came down. 28th December that following year. It's April now, so oh mama. We're talking over 17 years ago. Time sure does fly, huh? December 28th. I was there that day 17 years ago, sitting in the courtroom gallery. Just before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Samsung was looking even worse than usual. Turns out the poor guy had finally reached his limit. It was so bad, even said he wanted to be found guilty. Wait, you mean they forced a confession out of him? Yeah. Von Karma got what he's been pushing for from the very beginning. And when Gregory tried to drop the bombshell about there being no body to speak of, he learned that Von Karma had used the power of the police to head him off at the pass. Even had himself a fake autopsy report, but that wasn't the end of it. Von Karma had gotten Samsung to falsely testify against himself to being an accessory to murder in court. Combined with his confession, the poor guy's goose was well and truly cooked. But Gregory still had his ace in the hole though. The same ace he asked Detective Bad to help him with. Exactamundo. He knew he needed one last card to play if they squeezed a confession out of Samsung. So he had Bad record all Samsung's interrogations. I guess Detective Bad really wanted to know the truth too, huh? We all did, but he was a trooper. stayed with it as a case even after Von Karma took him off it. He was tied up in some other big case too. Good old bad. They don't make him that like that anymore. Anyway, Gregory presented as the recordings as proof that Samsung's confession was coerced. And you know what? It almost worked. A cop named Ian Sideman got fired. Samsung's interrogator and the initial detective before that, he took as the fool for pretty much the whole thing. But Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor for the one and only time in his 40-year career. Still, Samsung himself couldn't stomach another day in court. So when that guilty verdict came down, it didn't just signal the end of that day, but of the whole sad affair. I don't remember a lot myself, but my father's face when they declared Mr. Tangaroa guilty. I was a young child at the time, but even I couldn't tell how much he was hurting inside. Gregory wanted to appeal the ruling, of course, but he would have done anything. He would have done anything to clear Samsung's name. But then, well, you know what happened next. Poor guy. He never got us a chance. I should have left with him that day. I always blame myself for not doing that. But I shoved that aside and obsessed over something else instead. Or rather, someone else. I hated what you did. Hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. I hope you can forgive me. No, you had every right to hate me. I went on to become a prosecutor as planned, and that's where Mr. Von Karma showed me this case file. According to these records, Mr. Tangaroa was convicted as the main culprit in Mr. Frost's murder. Ugh, no, that's not right. Samsung was convicted as an accessory to murder. Strange. The file clearly states that he was the perpetrator. Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's cases were successfully solved. Mind if I take a peek at those? This file's been doctored. The part about the verdict, it's been changed. What? Here, feast your peepers on this. Suspect data, Samsung Tangaroa, age 39, organizer of confection contest. Victim's body was found inside one of his creations, leading to his arrest. While in detention, Tangaroa discovered that he had a taste disorder which was subsequently cured via medication. Verdict, convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. Convicted as an accomplice? That's a copy of the files they have recorded at the courthouse. Then why is my copy so different? Well, you said it came from Von Karma, yeah? My guess is he didn't want Gregory's son thinking there was a murderer out there still at large. Didn't want you looking into it again before the statute of limitations was up. So everything I believed about the case was a lie? Like they say, we all gotta start somewhere. What's important is you know what's what now. The statute of limitation may have run out, but there's truth still out there, you know? I inherited Samsung's case when your old man's passed. Prosecution handed it off to somebody else too. The great Von Karma wasn't going to bother facing off against a rookie like me, was he? Anyway, long story short, the killer was never found and Samsung was found guilty instead. That's terrible. Is there really nothing we can do to help him? Not without a real perp, I'm afraid. Until then, his confession stands. Speaking of which, I didn't find out until after the verdict had been handed down, but Von Karma had threatened Samsung and made him a deal. Told him if he didn't confess, he'd make sure Judy was convicted instead. How could he? Samsung knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course. I'm not so sure about that. But he wasn't going to take any chances. So he did what he was told and confessed to keep her safe. So that's perjury. He should be jailed anyway for lying. Now riddle me this, Mouse Boy. Why do you think Uncle Eddie just happened to be in the prison the day Bronco Knight died? Ah, that's right. You were there to see Mr. Tangaroa. Bingo, Judy and I promised we visit him every day. I didn't quite keep that promise, but Judy did. She never missed one visit in all these years. Come rain or shine, she always showed up. But none of that changes the fact that Samsung is still being unduly punished day after day. How heartbreaking. We gotta do something, Mr. Fender. Well, kiddo, that's actually why we came here. The ice sculptures are back on display, just like they were all those years ago. And we're going to see if we can find out, right, Mazzarino?
I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things the same way as you or my father, Miles. But that doesn't matter right now, speaking not as a prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth. I want to know the truth behind of these cases, and I'm not leaving until I do. You really are old Gregory's son through and through. Alrighty then. Now that's sorted, we can really get to work. Good thing I brought the IS-7 case file and evidence with me today, huh? Here, documents first. Who doesn't love paperwork, am I right? The parts in red are my annotations. Thank you, Fender. And here's some evidence for ya. Enjoy. There's quite a few, so I'd take a minute to scope them out if I were you. Small mountain of evidence from the IS-7 incidents received from Fender. Yes, I see. I'll take a look at them in a bit. You know, our current case is just full of loose threads, too, come to think of it. Indeed. The key players of that incident 18 years ago who just happened to get caught up in another incident. I'm not sure, Ark. It's just like Broken Sword, I guess. Those point and click games where they hide something massive inside their coat pocket. The ice sculptures in the Winter Wing that are perfect replicas of the ones from 18 years ago. The poison gas attack in the Autumn Wing, which has been disguised to look like Winter Wing. The two chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue's case, Ubiquium and Asphyxion, that form a poisonous gas when mixed together. The victim of the gas attack, Carmelo Gusto, who is no stranger to the events of 18 years ago, and who is still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. And finally, we come to the body floating face down in the fountain. And the fact that the ice sculptures have melted, just as they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be intimately linked with the events of the past, which means they may be able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago. Sounds good to me. Let's get investigating.
Objection.
Oh no, not this guy.
Oh no, you don't. Are you forgetting somebody? I could have sworn this is my investigation. Eustace is quite right. I do hope you are intending to obstruct him in his... You aren't intending to obstruct him in his duty, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yeah, I hate Eustace as well.
I would hate to have to add a guilty to my report to the committee.
What am I guilty of now? Of course not. I'm simply offering once again to do what I can to help with this investigation.
Your offer is duly noted and duly declined.
Oof, she isn't pulling any punches.
The identity of the body from the fountain is currently being ascertained. It is only a matter of time until we have all the information we need.
Perhaps I can help you speed that process along. I think I have an idea of who our mystery victim might be. What?
What? Oh, really? Then you have to tell me. It's the law.
Well, who could it be? Oh, we don't get to see the picture. But I did notice that they had brown hair. And the fact that we didn't get the body, I'm wondering, could it be actually Artie Frost? They retrieved the body and then dumped the body afterwards. Very well. Maybe it isn't just the ice sculpture that has resurfaced after 18 years. So what he's trying to say is the body, right? The body in the fountain may also be a visitor from the past. Okay, that's a big way, a massive giveaway then, right? And it has to be this guy then.
Take that!
I believe the body in the fountain is that of the man who was murdered here 18 years ago, Mr. Artie Frost.
What? You're saying that was poor Chili Winks? Wait. Who the heck is Chili Winks or Artie or whoever it is you're talking about? Artie Frost was a famous sculptor, Eustace, although he was better known as Paul Halik. The sculptures on display here are all his work.
No way, sounds like he did well for himself.
Mr. Frost was also the victim in the IS-7 incident.
Judge Gavelle knows about the IS-7 incident?
Mr. Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old case, and according to the police records, the victim's body was recovered and an autopsy was duly carried out.
Sure, that's what the record says, but the records can't always be trusted.
What are you insinuating?
That while the records say stuff like body totally recovered, the defense back then begs to differ. Not that it stopped the prosecutions from shutting them down hard, of course.
Yeah, this is when, what, really? What is it? What is it, Eustace?
The body. Oh, we got an ID. Some sculptor called Frost or something. So, I guess Edgeworth called it?
Goddess of Justice.
So my father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Gavelle, I say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you admit that I might be of use to this case, more than a certain junior prosecutor anyway.
No fair. You're trying to steal the win.
I'm doing no such thing. All I want is to uncover the truth. Hey, hi T, how's it going? How you doing? And if we're going to get to the bottom of what's happened here, we'll need to work together. Yeah, he's definitely... I'm happy he is.
We do not need to know anything. You do not need to know the truth. This case is none of your concern.
Well there, Judge G. I think you might be wrong about that.
Another of your interruptions, Mr. Fender.
Yep, see? I was on the defense team for IS-7, so this case is very much my concern. I was one of the pesky kids pushing the theory that the body had actually gone missing. The prosecutor at the time may have brushed us off, but you can't deny the testimony of your eyes. Or to put it a little more bluntly, the prosecution's case was rotten from the ground up. When there's been a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution, it's the committee's job to fix it, no? And who's better to help you unpick the mess than someone who was there at the time? Unless you have an ulterior motive? Judge Gavelle seems to know the fact of the IS-7 incident in some details, in which case I suspect she must be here on the committee's behalf.
Your connections to the case is noted, Mr. Fender, but I fail to see how it concerns Mr. Edgeworth.
He's the son of the original defense attorney and the protege of the case lead prosecutor.
And if that's not enough for you, he was at the trial too. I think it's just possible he might have a little something to bring to the table, don't you? Ugh.
Very well. You may both assist in the investigation, but only if you refrain from interfering with the work of others. The Winter Wing is off limits, for now. This room, however, is all yours.
Alrighty. Great to hear we're on the same wavelength, Ajit. Why don't we bring it in? To show we are on the side of justice.
Do not test me, Mr. Fender. Your permission to investigate can be revoked at any time.
Duly noted, Your Honor.
This is a turn up for the books, huh, Mousy? We get to do our thing after all. Thanks to your immeasurable help, as always. Haha, not sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for moi. Huh. Okay. I'll be investigating my own thing, so just holler if you find something interesting.
I will.
Well, okay, shall we? Heck yeah, let's the investigation commence. We're still unclear on two key facts: how Mr. Frost's body came to be where we found it, and the source of the ubiquium. How did they manage to preserve his body for 18 years? The only way they can do that is ice him. That ices his body up for 18 years? You're right. We need some more intel. Indeed. Let's focus on the ubiquium first and foremost, because the body would have decayed and rotted away. It's used in stuff like dish soap and paint, right? Correct. It's also bright red in color and has a distinct minty fragrance. Okay, it sounds like we know what we're looking for. Begin investigation. Before we do that, we shall save. And I remember Fender was saying, look at the evidence and stuff like that. So let's do that first. Wait, what evidence? I was hoping there's more evidence than this. Like the files. Oh. That's his annotation. It expired 3 years ago. Oof. Okay. That's all we have. How about this? We've only got one so far. Okay, cool. What the fuck is that brown stuff? Let's speak to her. Hello there, dearie. Still investigating away, are you? Found anything interesting? No, dearie. Well, nothing much anyways. Silly girl. That wasn't a dearie moment. That was more of a lambkin. Sweetheart, it's for when you're being sympathetic. Of course. And treasure is when therein it is. Love is for people you're not that keen on. And petal you use when you're trying to get someone's attention. Wow, I didn't realize there were so many rules. Yeah, that's like olden days in the UK. I don't know how many people still use that, especially amongst the youngsters. It's gonna die out. Mr. Edgeworth, Petal, I hope you're getting all of this down. Don't even try it, Kay. Oh, dearie me. Okay, so we spoke to her already. Yes. It seems the police have already removed the body. But why did I move why did the body of the victim from 18 years ago turn up in this fountain? And why wasn't it all rotten and stuff? Did it slowly shuffle its way here? Need I remind you that zombies aren't real? It seems likely that the body was preserved somehow. Really? Is that even possible? Hey, Mr. Forensic guys, anything to report? Yes, ma'am. Traces of both ubiquium and asphyxion have been detected in the fountain. I'm going to say they were probably carried here by the stream
from the autumn wind. In addition to those two chemicals, there's also a large amount of sugar. The composition of the sugar is being analyzed as we speak. There's sugar in the fountain? Where would it even have come from? Yeah, so I'm guessing he must have been frozen inside one of those sculptures, and obviously the sculptures were like part of the confectionery contest, so it would have a lot of sugar in it. Hence the body being here and the sugar being taken here as well. That's my guess. Ms. Bound's tea set is laid out neatly on a serving cart. The pamphlet says the gallery is famous for its tea. Understandably so, the cup were given were delicious. Looks like all of this stuff was designed by Mr. Frost. Interesting. In that case, I think we'd better take a closer look. So this dishware was made by Artie Frost. It looks very fancy. Oh, it is. I'm willing to bet that this set can fetch something in the thousands of dollars. So let's try not to touch any of it unless we absolutely have to. Whoa, this stuff really worth that much? Stop it, Kay. I can see your eyes lighting up. Yeah, no stealing, Kay. Miss Bound really must be a fan of Mr. Frost, like Fender said, to still have this. Oh, what happened there? Oh. Hey, Edgy. What is it? You be careful with that teapot, you hear? Why is Larry so concerned all of a sudden? Honored guess. Wait, could that thing be someone dropping it? Is that tea on the ground and someone smashed the cup and he got a right old bollocking? I can pour a cup if you like. Miss Bound. Judy. I'm good, thanks. No tea for me. You two knock yourself out. Thank you for the offer. Yes, why not? A quick break won't hurt. 2 cups. 2 cups are coming right up. It smells great. Wow, it tastes even better than it smells. What type of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's Ceylon, I believe. It's usually identifiable by its citrus aroma, but... Miss Bound? Is this the same blend you served this morning? Oh, why yes. Is it alright? There isn't anything wrong with it, is there? Oh no, not at all. Is it sweet or is it salty? It's just that the cup you gave me earlier had a slightly different aroma. Oh, what's changed? Really? That's odd. I used the same blend. The exact same blend both times. I can't see what could account for the difference. Hey, what's the big deal? Quit being mean about Judy's tea, will you? What's gotten under your skin, Larry? Nothing. You're just rude, that's all. You don't even try to call me by the right name. It's Loris de Nim, dang it. You know what? I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore. Well, that was childish, even for him. Wow, what happened there? Let's ask him about it later, shall we? Talking to Ms. Bound is more of a priority now. We may not have any evidence to prove that she's the culprit, but it does seem likely that the poison gas was her doing. We can expect this. Okay, cool. Click on this. These letters says PH, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. They show that the teapot was made by Paul Halik. They're his initials, obviously. Right, but I thought his real name was Artie Frost. It was, thereby making this piece by the victim of the IS-7 incident as well. And his work seems to be everywhere here in the Zodiac Hall. That is one swanky teapot. That's one way of putting it. I lean more towards eccentric myself. Whatever it is, it won't do for the great thief to remain so ignorant about such chic things. Actually, your ignorance is my bliss. Okay, I think that's it. Is there anything else to do here? The tablecloth draped over the cart is pure white and completely spotless, and it's just waiting for me to grab it by the edge, clear my mind and whoosh. Okay, I cannot stress enough how bad of an idea that would be. Oh, come on. What's the worst that can happen? Even if it does go all sideways, just wind up with a cool tea-coloured tie-dye. Yes, well, I'd rather it remain white. Plus, I don't think Miss Bound would appreciate us meddling with it. Really? But there's so many other colours that would totally work. Pink, sky blue, tea leaves brown. I want to know what's underneath this, if I'm honest. Oh, what's this? A caddy containing Ceylon tea leaves. It's a well-crafted tin canister designed to prevent moisture and sunlight from damaging its content. Not a bad thing to use considering the quality of the blend Miss Bound serves. Are these hot or cold? A moon-shaped teapot accompanied by a set of star-shaped cups. It's the set which Miss Bound served us our tea just now. However, I can't help but notice that the tea smelled different from the cup we were served this morning. There must be some reason for that. Okay. It's a sculpture of the brave warrior battling against a serpent. Did Paul Halik make this one too, Mr. Edgeworth? He did. It seems he was fascinated by fantasy and mythology when he was a young man. This piece embodies the tragic yet gritty determination of the young as they face an impossible situation. It's called the Math Test. Talk about relatable. Okay, what would this one do? It's a man with a moon-shaped head and a woman with a sun-shaped head. The man's got a real pain look in his eyes. The man's got a real pain look in his eyes, though. Is this another Paul Halik piece? Yes, from his younger years. He was something of a dreamer. He depicted those closest to him by means of a motif taken from nature. The piece is titled My Parents. Guess the mum shone brightest in that house. Statues of a man and a woman in old-timey clothes. Did Paul Halik make these as well? Yes, it seems he created them later in his life, once he had begun to make a name for himself. His wife pushed him to sculpt the two of them as ancient gods, as he couldn't say no to his beloved. The title is The Beautiful Goddess Venus and Her Humble Servant. Wow, talk about putting your goddess on a literal pedestal. Are these tulips? Those are tulips by the door, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, it leads to the spring wing. Ah, spring, a popular time to move house, which makes it open season for great thieves. Housebreaking is a little beneath a great thief, wouldn't you say? Yeah, I guess you're right. That's a sunflower. What about this one here? From the colour and aroma, I say this is a puddle of spilled tea. And look, there's a small chunk of ceramic in it. I guess somebody must have broke something. I know that insignia. And a certain high-strung somebody just might know a little something too. There's this thing in a way. So we check the cart. Why is there a lift cart just sitting here out in the open? Guess somebody must have been moving something heavy. Yeah, like a body. The top of the platform seems to be wet. You know, I got the funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before. You mean like 18 years ago? Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. I saw it in Frost's room. He must have used it to move the ice sculptures around. It's one of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but even its angle. If you had one of these, you could move giant lumps of ice around, no sweat. Oh, just to think of the possibilities, I could really use one of these. Still doesn't explain what it's doing here though. Bit of a head scratcher, but we should give it a think, yeah? Indeed. After all, it just might have something to do with our case. Oh, you can just walk around it. I didn't know that. They put sunflowers by the door. Nice. A fitting adornment for the entrance to the summer wing, I suppose. Summer is also vacation time. And every great thief knows what that means tourists with bulging wallets. Pickpocketing, okay? Isn't that little beneath a great thief? Yeah, maybe you're right. It's a selection of trophies won by Paul Halik, or rather Artie Frost. Evidently, he was a very well-respected artist. Well, you've got one too, Mr. Edgeworth. So it's about time I won one too. Guess I have to find some thieving contest to enter. Or you could set something up, something with a nice ceremony at the end, to end all that. Yes, followed by a swift round of arrests. Mr. Renner was very clear that you're only allowed to investigate this room, so I'm afraid I can't let you pass. Sorry, sir. It wouldn't make much difference if you did, officer. You're standing in front of a wall. Oh, but we all know a few bricks won't stop you, Mr. Mal Edgeworth, sir. Wow, he actually sounds kind of scared of you. Just what kind of reputation do I have down at the precinct? Okay. We can do the lift. It seems the elevator is only accessible to select individuals. I wonder what's upstairs. Among other things, the medical room. That's where Mr. Gusto is being treated. I hope he's alright. We've got some question that needs answering as soon as he wakes up. Since there's no way of knowing when that might be, we should explore other avenues in the meantime. Okay. Okay, we checked that already. Do you mind, Mr. Winner? You're in my way. I don't mind, actually. And I'm not going anywhere. You'll just have to go around me. Well, we just thought you might want to move to a better spot, that's all. What better spot? I demand you show it to me at once. Is that really all it takes to make you do whatever we want? The door here is marked with a nice autumn-looking tree. And yet it leads to the winter wing. I suppose it's all part of the deception. I could steal the leaves if you'd like, make things a little more wintry. I think you'd better leave them alone, Kay. Guess we talk to Larry, maybe? There's something else, I don't think. Yeah. I'm going to keep this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so tell me what it is. Whoa, quit it with the glare off you two, it's weird. Come on, Kay, you know me better than that. I wasn't staring, I was struck by an idea for a picture. Now Edgy, he was glaring. Yes, and I'll keep glaring at you until you tell us what it is you're hiding. Quit it. I already told you, I'm not talking to you anymore. You're talking to me right now. I mean, from now on, I'm not talking to you ever again, starting now. Yeah, so he's the artist, right? When he wears the pink sweater. This is getting me nowhere. I suppose I have to figure out what he's hiding first before I can get the whole truth out of him. What are you hiding? Come on, Larry. What are you hiding? Not saying. Look, you two. This is no time for kids games. Well, I certainly wasn't playing. It's pretty clear Loris isn't going to talk to you. Oh, he'll talk. Don't you worry about that. I need to know what Larry is hiding, and I think I might have an idea of what it is. Perhaps presenting him the right piece of evidence will force him to come clean. Yeah, it's the busted thing here. Would you mind taking a look at this for me, Larry? Why would you show me that? Tell me, what is it about Miss Bound's tea set that got you so agitated? If you won't tell me, then perhaps you prefer to explain it to Judge Gavel. Wait, don't make me look bad in front of Verity. She thinks I'm a sensible, cool, clean-cut guy. Yes, I'm sure she thinks that. I don't want her to see the real me, the real low down dirty me. I'm not sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean cut, Larry. But if you don't want her to think badly of you, the best thing you do is talk to me. Alright, I'll talk. What are you hiding? Alright, Larry, enough is enough. Now confess. Ugh. Is this any way to treat your best friend, Edgy? Is this any way for you to treat yours? By lying to him, hiding things? I get the picture already. Stop glaring at me like that. I'll tell you everything, okay? Earlier, I thought Verity might like a cup of tea, so I went to pour one for her. But I got distracted and my hand slipped and smashed. I broke the teapot. A priceless work of art. It's in pieces because of me. No words exist to describe how far away I saw this coming from. Ouch. You really messed up this time, Loris. See, Edgy? Everyone's gonna think less of me now. Judy's never gonna forgive me for this. Crying to me won't do any good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bound. My teapot, I see. I'm sorry, Judy. Judy, I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll paint you your portraits. I'll paint you 50 portraits. Please, Mr. Dunham, it's really me who should be apologizing. How could I have failed to notice that there were broken pieces of ceramic on the floor? Somebody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure that's safely disposed of. Why she wants to dispose of it? She's so keen. The teapot in question was designed by Artie Frost, correct? Or should I say Loris Dunham? Yeah, Larry's very easy to crack. No logic checks required. Yeah, I mean we did do it earlier, but it was really easy to do. You just need to bide your time, and he'll sing like a canary. I understand there was something you've long treasured. You must be upset. Oh, I am. Yeah, I reckon that the reason why there's a change in taste is because there's a change in teapot. Oh, I am. But I'm just trying to figure out why it's a change in teapot. But of course, all things break eventually. And as luck would have it, I have another identical teapot. It's far from the end of the world. See, even with his logic checks, his logic barely can hold it on its own. Yeah, true. Is she less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be? I can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest. This other teapot you're talking about is the one sitting on top of the cart right now, right? What do you mean? Yeah, so when I smashed the first one, I tried to hide the pieces in the bottom of the cart. And that's when I saw the other pot under there, so I took it out and basically switched the two pots. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, she's startled, all right. Yep. And that's everything I have to tell you. I'll be extra careful not to break the other one, I promise. You have no shame whatsoever, do you? Maybe we should ask him what did he see under the cloth in the cart. Was it just the teapot or was there other stuff there? I'm sorry. It's really quite alright. Thank you for being so honest. See, Edgy, isn't Judy the absolute best? I trust you won't take advantage of her kindness and will make amends somehow. I sure will. Once I make it as an artist, I'm going to give her one of my paintings. She was one of my models after all. It's only fair. At this rate, I suspect he's likely to make more troubles than amends. Don't you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for a very long while? Oh, but I will be keeping out of her way because I sketched her and the others already. Her and the others? Keen to see my work, huh? Yeah, I drew a few great sketches of some ravishing beauties. Wanna see? Interested in Laurie's ravishing beauties, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm afraid you greatly misjudged, Kay. I'm simply wish to see if Larry has captured any unusual detail this time too. Unusual details? Nothing unusual about these. They're my best work yet. Really? Now I want to see them too. Aw, you're the sweetest, Kay. Alright, let me dig them out for you. Give me a sec, okay? I suppose we might as well take a look. Let's see the sketches, I guess. So these sketches of yours, seriously edgy. If you want to check out my art, you should just said so from the get-go. Here, feast your eyes on this. What am I looking at here? I told you already, ravishing beauties. So he thinks Scone is a ravishing beauty, okay. Sorry, I'm just need to move my microphone cable because it's sorry guys, hold a second, I just need to do something with the cable, it's a bit tight up. I'm back now. Yeah, the mouse cable and my microphone cable was kept on clashing with each other, which was annoying the hell out of me. It was annoying me yesterday and I couldn't take it anymore. I mean, it's no Twitch Pokemon or anything, but it's like, nice please. Hi nice, how you doing? Nothing beats Twitch Pokemon, no you. Just a few of their fair faces that have caught my eyes since I've been here, you know? There's Verity and Judy and somebody else. Why did you draw them all on the same page? Well, I meant to draw the room at first, just something to pass the time. And then I saw one beauty and another and, well, I just scribbled them all down as I went. So these were all drawn at different times? Huh? Yeah, I guess. I did one of you too, Kay. You're on a different page though. Ah, you can see that Charlie has chocolate. What's the importance of the chocolate? Did you think they put chocolate inside the teapot to make it sweet? Oh, you're playing Control. Have fun, Manize. Have fun with Control. I heard it's a good game. Someone burning at the bridge though. True. Do you think some of these chocolates actually have blood inside them? Because she's trying to like get rid of the evidence. She put it in like tea or whatever, and then because Larry switched the teapot, we poured that tea that had some of the chocolate stuff in it, and that's why it tastes different. I don't know. I'm coping right here. It's kind of far-fetched, but we'll see. I'm only saying this because I see chocolate on the cart, the trolley. Sorry. You started it before, only got an hour in, figured I restart. Okay. Enjoy, Monice. Wow, you did? Hehe, I'm flattered. How true to life are these sketches? Did you only draw what you actually saw? Of course, you think I draw things I can't see? Like using my imaginations? Nope, these are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shade of each colour. Because I noticed that the one on the far left, the chocolate seems kind of like see-through and white, and I don't know if that's intentional. Is that not chocolate? Or yeah, I don't know. So these colours are accurate. Interesting. Oh, and also the cart. I just realized the cloth is blue, not white. I just realized, yeah, the cloth is blue, not white. What does that mean? And I can't see Scone. Much as it pains to me to admit it, Larry may have provided me with the useful piece of evidence yet again. The servant cart in the sketch, for example, if I compare it to the one here in this room, there's clear contradiction between the two. If I think a little deduction is in order. Could I borrow this page for a while, Larry? Sure thing. You want me to sign it for you? Just a page, please. Hey, Larry sketches. I don't know. Yeah, I want to see this as well. Yeah, I saw a bit of Scone. She was like, why is she retrieving the cloth, and why is she scared? Wait, let me see the picture. Let me see the thing again. Oh, we don't see the body. Because the body had a blue tarp over him, right? Which we established they got from Scone's room most likely. But then when we saw the picture of the body with the white outlines, so there was no body, there was also no blue luminous cloth, right? Which I'm assuming could be just luminous cloth here. Hi Ezra, how you doing? Have a nice look if you need to look. Hope you're all doing well. Yeah, this cloth of the trolley thing, cart thing is blue. But if we go out here now, it's white. Is there any logic stuff to do? Ah, okay. Oh, I wonder. Oh. I just realized. Because we said that the taste was. Could it be the minty fragrance that. Because she had poured red liquid, the ubiquitous, inside the tea. So that tea was probably not for drinking, right? For consumption. And what she could have done is she could have put the ubiquitous inside that teapot for not for drinking, just to hide the evidence. So instead of the lemon, a citrusy flavor, there's a conflict with some minty flavor as well, and that's why the tea smelled a bit different. So yeah, I'm gonna go with the tea smell different with a switch teapot first. And then the flavor with the minty fragrance. The tea smelling different with the tea smelling different with the minty fragrance from the ubiquitous stuff. I suspect the difference in aroma we noticed is due to the teapot having been switched. You know? I can't see what else it could have been. The tea itself hadn't changed. Why don't we ask Miss Bound just to be sure? Miss Bound, the difference in the aroma we noticed, do you think it could have been because of the different teapot? I suppose so. Sorry guys, I'll be back for a second. My cup just now has a subtle minty scent, rather like uva tea. Minty, yes, so it's mint fragrant then, right? Oh, I just remembered, I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday. She's lying. You're a liar. That must be where the minty aroma is coming from. Could that really be it? Connection. The tea from the teapot Larry switched in from under the cart smelled faintly of mint. Right. Ms. Bound says she used that pot to make peppermint tea yesterday. Yes. But there's something else that's been troubling me. Ms. Bound seemed more taken aback by the switching of the teapot than the breaking of one. You're right. You expect it to be the other way around. I suspect she might have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart. But why? One of the Ubiquum key's characteristic is in its minty fragrance. So what if she's been hiding some in that teapot? What? In the teapot? It simply is a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Winner, any luck finding that Ubiquum? Oh. My people are searching the entire gallery, but they haven't found anything yet. And what about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from. I may have an idea. Ha, I knew it. If I can't find it, there's no chance a useless... What? You do know where it came from. Yes. Where? Ms. Bound's teapot. Oh, wow, nice piece. I like it. Yeah, it looks like it's a fitting prize for a natural born winner. It's not a prize, it's a vital piece of evidence. Hi Wildfirst, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope all is good. Oh, it's just evidence? I have one of the forensic people check it out. Doing well, almost weekend. It is? Oh, it's Thursday. Yeah, I guess it's almost, yeah, 2 more days, yeah. Mr. Edgebound, is there some sort of problem with my teapot? Possibly. The minty fragrance we noticed coming from it. I think it just might be the scent of the chemical you used to make the poison gas. But Mr. Edgeworth, surely you don't think I had anything to do with that? I'm afraid I do. The methods used to create the gas would have been required considerable preparation. Nobody would have ever had the time or the opportunity to set that up, except you. That's not strictly true. It took around a week to get the Zodiac Hall ready for the exhibition. There were all kinds of people coming and going through here during that time, Delicia for one. So you see, I'm not the only person who could have set it all up. Miss Scone is on our radar too, of course. You needn't worry about that. And besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. So even if you did find some ubiquum in my teapot, I wouldn't have had any idea what to do with it. But I suppose we should see what the test result says first. Miss Bound claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. I need to find a way to prove that she's lying. Oh, phone call. Edgeworth speaking.
Sir, it's me.
Is everything alright, Detective?
Everybody's left the winter wing. It's just me in here now, which means I can tell you what we found out.
He really shouldn't be sharing information about the investigation, but after the past week or so, I'm not about to stop him now.
The exhibits in here have all completely melted. All that's left is a display case and some stuff at the bottom. More of it in the Taurus case than in the Gemini case, though.
Describe this stuff for me, if you can.
Yes, sir. It's like a pale blue liquid. I had the lab run some tests just now. The sample from the Taurus case just had a bunch of sugar in it. But the one from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it, which were sugar, salt, and blood.
Blood? What are the salt and blood doing in Gemini's case's sample?
Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir.
My bet is probably Frost's blood. Please do, Detective.
Oh, and I also spoke over the radio with the forensic guy working the fountain room. He said he got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid.
Yeah, so I've reckoned that maybe Frost was frozen inside the block of ice here, in the sculpture here, and then transported and dumped into the fountain. It could very well be that one of the actual sculptures of Gemini, maybe the one that's wrapped up, was actually in fact Frost himself. I see. That might well prove to be significant development. Anything else to report, Detective?
Yes, sir. We found one of those light-emitting devices here in the Winter Wing too.
Yeah, that's probably light up the gemstone lamp that we see in the back. There are a few things being used in the Autumn Wing to disguise it as the Winter Wing, as I recall. It seems that the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just for show. I need to talk to Miss Scone about this.
Anyhow, I better get back to it. I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the lab about the blood.
Yes, thank you, Detective. He's actually doing good. Was that Gummy? Seems like he had a lot to say. He did, and all of it very useful. If I'm going to prove that Ms. Bound claims about who could have set up the poison gas traps are false, then I need to talk to a certain somebody else who was here 18 years ago. So that's Scone. Miss Scone, I'd like to ask you a few questions if I may.
Of course, dear. Fire away. Anything for you, Mousy Smousy? And dear sweet little Tooth Decay?
I appreciate if it was the last time you called me Mousy Smousy. I'm not a fan of Tooth Decay either.
Well, you just have to like it or lump it. I can't change a nickname once I settled on it.
Well, I guess we tried. What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? There seems to be some pretty special items in use. Light-emitting devices, luminous fabrics.
Oh, I can tell you all about those, dearie. After all, I'm the one who gave them to Moody Judy. It was my way of saying sorry after I broke the rules all those years ago. I bought her foul, lovely new salt lamps, and I gave her the 4 pieces of luminous cloth I used for the contest.
Wow, that's super generous of you.
Tee-hee-hee, well, us girls have to do our best, don't we? Not everybody understands, of course.
That had better not be a dig at me, Delish, I told you. How kind I thought that was.
Yes, back when you were a dear sweet innocent baby boy. What happened to you, eh?
A dear sweet innocent baby boy, Mr. Fender? Can't quite picture that, I have to say. So these decorations, they're all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct?
Yep. Salt lamps, glowing fabric, light-emitting doodads, the whole bits.
Oh shit, I pressed the wrong button. I pressed circle, which just skipped the whole thing. There were 4 luminous cloths in use in the Autumn Wing, but I'm sure I saw another one somewhere. This is a recap. Yeah, that's why we saw it. Maybe I should jog her memory with something so Miss Scone would tell us more. Miss Scone, you're something of a specialist. How might someone learn to make the poison gas that was used in the attack, Any ideas?
Well, any pharmacist who handles Infesticides Ultra would know for a start. After all, it says right here on the label, do not mix with products containing ubiquium, ever. But what about a layperson? It's unlikely they know, wouldn't you say? I suppose so, yes. Well, not unless they had a nose through the Ultimate Cookbook anyway. The prize from the contest 18 years ago. The recipe for making Infesticide Ultra, along with that not mixing with the ubiquium bit, is in there, you know? Interesting. So you're familiar with the contents of the book? Oh yes, dear. I know the inside out. Because I work for the Tangoora Group, you see. We're the company that behind Cold Killer X. I'm sure you've heard of it. Cold Killer X fights back sniffles and sneezes with ease, apparently. Yeah, I think we saw that in one of the previous episodes. After Sami Poopa was found guilty, the company took custody of the book. But only granted the most trusted people access to it, of course. Let me guess, Judy being one of them? Which means Miss Scone is one of these elites, I suppose. Do I present, or is there some clues I can connect first? Oh no. I guess we give her the luminous cloth then. You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, did you not, Miss Scone? Albeit a somewhat grimier one. Grimy? How rude! You won't get people to cooperate with your little investigation like that, young man. Shall I call it a dish towel then? Perhaps you use it to wipe up some sort of spillage. A spillage, you say? The cheek! There's a piece of highly specialized... That's a piece of highly specialized luminous cloth. Oh, I probably shouldn't have told you that. I think I'd like to know a little more about this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind. Why didn't you want me to know you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag? Oh, well, I suppose there's no point in hiding it now, is there? If you must know, I fished it out of the fountain. It was right before they called me in the autumn wing. Yeah, so I reckon that could it be possible that this thing, yeah, this cloth is a luminous cloth, and under the luminous cloth is probably frost. So combined we call it a luminous frost. It was right before they called me into the autumn wing. So Larry's sketch of Miss Scone is of what she was trying to retrieve, the cloth. At first I thought it was one of the ones I'd given Moody Judy. One of the 4 you given to the gallery, correct? Exactly, but all 4 were being used in the autumn wing, weren't they? So I'd realised it must be the one that went missing all these years ago. I already had my Infesticle Ultra pinched and used to make poison gas. If one of my cloths turned out to have been used in some sort of dastardly deed too, well, I was going to look guilty of sin, wasn't I? So I kept it hidden in my bag and hoped for the best. I see. Ooh, oh, it does feel good to get it off my chest though. Stress is no good for the complexion. So the cloth that disappeared 18 years ago, I skipped that too quickly, I read it. The one that the victim was wrapped in, just happens to have reappeared in the fountain at the same time as the body. Okay, do we have any more clues now? Nope. Do we show her the cookbook? Have you read the Ultimate Cookbook, Miss Scone? Of course I have. I'm a pharmacist, you know. Even if I do wear a big pink hat. I think it's so cool you're a pharmacist. Well, so do I, dearie, so do I. Aren't you a sweetheart, my little tooth decay? Since when were you interested in pharmaceuticals? Shh, I'm working my magic, Mr. Edgeworth, buttering her up so she'll do what I want. Anyway, Miss Scone, Delicia, I was wondering if you could maybe... No, how many times, you cheeky little imp? Once your name is decided,
I can't change it. Bang. So much for the sneaky approach. What kind of great thief am I? Not a very good one. Oh no, so that's not it. Oh, can we inspect it? This dark shade of blue, being such a calming colour from time to time, just might do me some good. It also has the right colour for sneaking around in the dead of night. But I need something a lot brighter if I want to make a big splashy entrance. You can do both with this cloth through the power of buttons though. Oh yeah, in that case I'll take 5. I was hoping that there might be blood or... This is where you can change the colour, right? These must be the switches that change the colour of the cloth. Let's see if they work. Ooh. Well, the cloth has certainly changed colour. This cloth went missing at the time of the IS-7 incident, only to be found 18 years later floating in the Zodiac Hall fountain. And there was another one that was all lit up and draped around the Pisces statue, right? It seems like these cloths may have a connection to both cases, past and present. Oh, was that it? Was that nothing else? Okay. Oh, sorry, I just didn't mean to do that. I was going to see if I can click on it. No, I can't click on it to inspect. Is there something that we're missing? Maybe we need to talk to someone else. Eddie? Hey there, Mazzarino. What's the situation with the investigation? Things are progressing. I think a fuller picture of what happened is beginning to emerge. Good to hear. I guess I better step up my game too then. The 2 incidents. This case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago, and how it's got the lot melting statues in the Winter Wing, and even the murder's victim body. But how did nobody ever figure out that the bodies had gone missing? Frost had no family apart from his son, and well, the kid kind of vanished. Nobody's seen him since around the time of the incident. Gustav's son too, him and his best pal from school both just up and disappeared. What? And they were never found? Gustav's boy wasn't. Not as far as I heard anyhow. Guess Frost's kid turned up in the end though. He collected his inheritance at some point. But yeah, with no family around, just after the incidents, Frost got no funeral, no nothing. So no need for the police to release the body, and no need for anybody to find out they didn't have it. Do you think one of the kids dead? No way. They filed the fake autopsy report and nobody was any the wiser. Well, almost nobody. I still can't believe Mr. Von Karma would stoop so low. Tell me, Fender, what kind of person is bound, huh? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you've got a thing for her, Mouser. I do not. Chill, I'm just yanking your chain. Anyway, what can I say about Juge? Well, she's a real brave trooper for one. What else do you call someone who waits around for 18 whole years, like she has for Samson? Even after his extended family kicked her out of this place. What? They threw her out? Yep, Juge wasn't technically part of the family, so there was nothing she could do. She had nothing or nobody, and no job after Samson took the fall. So she had no choice but to take what he taught her and make her own way into showbiz. She retired from all that now though. Yes, why did she retire? She finally made enough to buy the old place back. She even got the ultimate cookback from a Zetangoro group after they basically stole it. Guess as this place and everything to do with it was all she ever cared about. Wow, that's please. But thank you. But yeah, I tried my best, but I don't know, it feels so cringe. So she just wanted it all back, all of it. Fender seems very sympathetic to Ms. Bound's plight, but from a less charitable perspective, she has in a way taken everything of Mr. Tangarora's for herself. So maybe we've got 2 pieces now, right? Bound's action and the ultimate cookbook. This is why I'm sus on Judy. The ultimate cookbook contains instructions on how to create the poisonous gas. And the current owner of that book is none other than Ms. Judy Bound. No way, you mean? I'm afraid I do. Ms. Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we can prove that she's been lying to us. Can we go back in here? Maybe talk to her. Confront her. Where were you before you rejoined us here, Miss Bound? I had to go tell the other visitors we're closed and hand out a little something in apologies. Let me guess, the chocolates. Was there something you wanted to talk to me about? Yes, a few things actually. Not least of all, the fact that I think you might be the one who set the poison gas trap. The Origin ice sculptures melted 18 years ago, is correct? How did you manage to recreate them? Oh, you know about what happened back then? In that case, you might also know I took pictures of them during the contest. I commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on those photographs for this current exhibit. But why go through the trouble of creating replicas? Mr. Frost's Zodiac series was his great unfinished masterworks. I wanted to see it completed at last. Or rather, recompleted. It was my fault that the original set melted in the first place after all. I see. And is there any particular reason why the winter and autumn wings looks so similar? Oh my, you really think they look alike? Perhaps I used some of my decorations from one of the others by accident. She's clearly lying. But I don't have the evidence to prove it just yet. Is there anything else? Maybe we show her something, actually. Yeah, show her this. This lift cart. I heard it was in use 18 years ago too. That's right, it was in another room earlier until I brought it out here. It's very useful for moving large, heavy objects around. But why is it wet? Was it used to carry something wet? Try this as well. Oh my, is that me? Yes, it was painted by the so-called artist over there. It's wonderfully drawn. Would you mind if I keep it? I'm sorry, Miss Bound. I'm afraid it's an important piece of evidence. Oh, I see. That's a shame. I suppose Larry's charm is something of a talent if he can impress a gallery owner with sketches like these. Maybe the teapot? The hunt is on. The truth will come out. But I don't know what that's about. Ping! I guess we're going to find out. Oh, they were singing a song. Have I inadvertently stumbled onto the set of Cake Crimes, the musical or something? Am I missing something here? Maybe here. Yeah, this thing was blue in a drawing and this is white. Oh, I see the deduce thing. So click on this. Could this be related to the evidence somehow? Yes, we can go for the picture, right?
Eureka!
Eureka! Larry, could I ask you something about your sketches? Fascinated by the work of the great Maurice Durham? Huh? It's the composition, right? Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth, you painted that exactly as you saw it, correct? I already told you, everything exactly as I saw it. But the tablecloth on the cart here in this room is white. Wow, your head's so full of crazy theories. The simple stuff just passes you right by, huh? What's that look for? Listen, just before I drew that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the cart with the tea set on it, okay? What kind of business? That's right. It was the hiding the pieces of the teapot I smashed kind. You know how I said, was there anything inside the cart thing? I wonder if you saw the, oh, we don't see the electronic light emitting device thing, and it's under there. And what I'm trying to say is that this picture, the reason why it's blue is because that's the luminous cloth, maybe, and she made the cart thing blue, the cloth blue instead of white. And this is like probably a legit, oh shit, legit white cloth. Sorry, I just need to read it. What kind of business that was kind of smash? That's nothing to boast about. Anyways, I was in the middle of cleaning it all up when Judy came out of the winter wing. I didn't want to get busted for breaking the pot, so I quickly dove it out of sight. Oh, there's two. So he drew the lifting cart, not the trolley cart. Okay. Wait, Miss Bound came out of the winter wing? Yeah, she was pushing a cart, a different one. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on it that I drew. And that had chocolate as well. And what did she do with the second serving cart? Well, I saw her wheel it in the summer wing, but I don't know what happened to it after that. When she came back, she was pushing one of the other carts. The kind you can lift stuff with. A lift cart? Yeah, so I called out to her, but she ran off and left it behind. Never had her down as the shy type, but it goes to show you never know. Another serving cart and a lift cart. Is there maybe another tea set too? We better check it out. Check with Miss Bound. I guess we talk to her now. I'm all over the place right now. Yeah, the two carts here. That's what we needed to do. We probably could have done that earlier. Are there two serving carts here at the gallery, Miss Bound? Oh, yes, why do you ask? A certain so-called artist showed me this sketch. I couldn't help but notice the colour of the tablecloth is light blue. Light blue? I'm afraid your friend must be mistaken. I only use white tablecloths, freshly laundered and starched. Like the perfect wrinkle-free on the cart here in the fountain room, right? Exactly. If I saw so much of it as a blemish, I would replace it right away. Could the colour of the tablecloth in the sketch simply be mistaken on Larry's part? Do you have any ideas what you might have been doing when this sketch was drawn? Let me see. I appear to be carrying out my usual duties. I'd like to ask you a little more about these duties, if I may. What exactly were you doing when this sketch was drawn? Because from what I can see, your cart doesn't have a tea set on it. I was delivering some chocolate to the investigating officers. Aw, now I'm jealous. I love chocolate. Well, there were a few left over, so here, for you both. I made them myself. I hope you like them. Woohoo! Hehe, thanks, Miss Bound. Well, why not? They're a little melted, but I suppose that's because they've been sitting around in her pocket. They're super sweet. I love them. I'm very glad to hear it. They may not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. Though perhaps they could do with a little less sugar. Okay. And that's that. All that's left is now to wait the results of the tests on the teapot. Oh, saving time. Let's see if we can finish this today. I don't know how many parts there are. It keeps saying latter. 2nd of April, 2:33 p.m. Zodiac Hall Fountain Room. The test results have just come in, sir. Trace of ubiquitous was found in the teapot.
They were?
Just like Mr. Edgeworth said.
Curse you, you better not think this means you beat me.
You really need to drop this obsession when coming in first, Mr. Winner. We're all the same side here, remember? We're all trying to get to the truth.
What? But first is best. Everybody knows it's better to be a winner than a loser.
That's really no way for a prosecutor to think, not a successful one anyways.
What? But I... Enough. Mr. Edgeworth, please refrain from taunting the boy. Ignore him, Eustace. He isn't worthy of your attention. But Gaval, oh, alright. Why don't I take care of things here for now? In the meantime, you can perform the far more important task of going and checking on the victim. Oh, yeah, good idea. I'll be right back. Excellent. We shall see you shortly then.
Mr. Wynn is annoying but totally harmless. Judge Gavel, on the other hand.
Now, Miss Bound, perhaps you could explain why traces of ubiquitous were found in your teapot. I had no idea there was anything like that in there. Perhaps it's one of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I use. So you're telling me the court you did not intentionally put ubiquitous in the teapot? Yes, exactly. Why would I? Until today, I had no idea that it could be used to make poisonous gas.
You're a trained actress, are you not, Miss Bound? And I thought you would be a more convincing liar.
What do you mean?
You have access to the ultimate book, correct? A book that just happens to contain instructions on how to create the poison gas used in the attack, meaning it's perfectly possible for you to know exactly how to make it.
You're very well informed, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Bound, is what Mr. Edgeworth says is true. The book does contain information on how to make the poisonous gas, yes, but the fact that I've seen it doesn't make me guilty. Can I ask exactly how the gas was triggered? The victim used a blowtorch to heat the lid of one of the display cases, thereby melting the ubiquitous. Here, I see. But he locked himself in the room too, didn't he? Surely that's the fact that he triggered it himself. Wouldn't it point to it being a suicide attempt?
So she's not willing to admit to anything.
Furthermore, where would have gotten a hold of the infesticide Ultra?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps you stole it?
You know, I did bump into Moody Judy a week or so ago. And that very evening, I noticed my infesticide Ultra had gone missing. Judy, surely you didn't. Delicia, you carry your bag of pharmaceuticals with you everywhere, do you not? There would be any number of opportunities for someone other than myself to steal it from you.
That's true. Oh shit, I read that too fast. I clicked it too fast. And I don't have any hard evidence. That is definitely was Miss Bound who stole it.
Jules, there's clearly something you're not telling us. Why don't you come clean?
We all know you've never hurt somebody for no reason. So,
not you too. You think I'm guilty as well, Mr. Fender?
Can you blame me? We just got one wing disguised as another. A gas trap in one of their display cases. And you're the proprietor of the establishment. It's looking a lot like you did it, kiddo.
You got this all wrong. You have to remember the gallery doesn't have any security cameras nor any security personnel. If some ill-intent person or other wanted to get in undetected, I don't think they have much of a problem.
Wow, so you're practically asking to be burglarized. You need to be more careful. A great thief could have a field day in here. And I don't think she's joking.
And actually, it seems like Mr. Gusto did in fact enter the gallery before it opened.
Sheesh. Judy's one tough cookie. She's not budging an inch. Maybe it's time to rock a little technique Gregory taught me back in the day. And what technique might that be? So air me out. Everything's connected to what happened 18 years ago back. And since we're not getting anywhere by focusing on the here and now, maybe we ought to approach this from a different angle and look to the past for clues instead. A turnabout in thinking, so my father used this method as well. Alright, let's run this through the old thinkathon. How about Jules involved in what happened back then? According to Ms. Bound, it was because of her that Mr. Frost's flavoured ice sculptures melted, and yet his sculptures are here on display at this very gallery today. Is it possible that she... Thank you, Fender. I think I know what to ask Ms. Bound now. Don't thank me, thank your pops. Now, take it away, Mousy. I'll grab the popcorn. Miss Bound, you say you were the one who caused Mr. Frost's creation to melt 18 years ago, correct? I'm afraid so. I was young and foolish, and it was a terrible accident. And yet, what you did allowed you to open this exhibit, no? What do you mean?
Yes, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? If you're going to ask such question, perhaps a formal testimony from Miss Bound might be best.
Yes, perhaps it might. I'd like to know a little more about the Zodiac Hall, and about why Miss Bound decided to dedicate this space to Mr. Frost's work.
Very well. If you believe it to be relevant to the case, I will allow it. Miss Bound, would you mind?
Not at all. I'll do whatever it takes to prove that I'm innocent.
Then please, if you could give us some background on Zodiac Hall and the pieces on display here.
Oh, it's testimonial time. Zodiac Hall. It took 18 years, but at long last I was finally to be able to buy Mr. Samsung's home back a little while ago. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. To that end, I collected as many Paul Halik's pieces as I could from around the world, because if I'm honest, it's always been something of my dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work.
Thank you for your testimony, Miss Bound. How wonderful is that you were able to fulfill your dream. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, everything seems entirely above board to me.
Judge Gavel, that's simply the witness' preliminary statement. As you surely know, the value of the testimonies cannot be evaluated without due cross-examination.
Haha, spoken like a true attorney. Very well. You may do what you must.
Yeah, I want to know about this collecting the pieces all around the world.
Hold it!
Paul Halik? That was Mr. Frost's pseudonym, correct? Yes, he adopted it while he was working as a sculptor in France. I see. I'm curious about some of the pieces in your collection, more specifically. How you were able to acquire the Taurus and the Gemini sculptures. It was my understanding that Mr. Frost died before he could complete them. Yes, I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on the photos of the sculptures he made. Really? Perhaps you could go into some more details on that. I was able to create the replicas of the Winter Wing based on the sculpture he made. I think it's if it... No, this is the Winter Wing. This is what it looked like. Based on the photos of the sculptures he made. Oops, shit. Yeah, but this one had blood in it. I was able to create replicas for the water wing based on the photos of the sculptures he made. Yeah, if he created it, why was there blood? I'm a bit confused on that one.
Objection!
Is this it? I'm afraid you ran out of road, Miss Bound. You can lie all you want, but you cannot deny the results of the test conducted on the sculpture's remains. And those tests left no room for ambiguity. What you had on display weren't replicas, they were the very statue Mr. Frost carved 18 years ago. Oh, I can probably help explain how they worked it out, if you like, dear. It's like sugar, you see. You might think sugar is sugar, but the composition is actually very unique. You could probably recreate the statue, but the sweet secret of the chemical makeup, no chance. Thank you, Miss Scone. I don't recall asking for her help, but still. To put it simply, the statues didn't disappear back then because they melted. They disappeared because you spirited them away and kept them hidden for all these 18 long years. That's what I said as well, yeah. Probably escorted it away with the cart lift thing and kept it frozen for 18 years. Ah, what? She kept a pair of flavoured ice sculptures around somewhere for all that time? It's not the most out of their idea in the world, assuming you add a big enough icebox.
Quiet, all of you. Miss Bound, have you anything to say in your defense?
So you've already learned that much. Should I take that
To mean you admit to having hidden the flavoured ice sculptures in question?
No, I admit to no such thing. You haven't proven that I was the one who took those statues away, and you won't because it would have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. The police were already there when they happened. How could I have done it without them noticing? How indeed. I don't yet know exactly how you did it, but I'm far from ready to say that it was impossible for you to have stolen them away. You're a very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Ellsworth? I am indeed, and I won't stop until I get to the truth. I see. Then I better tell you exactly what I did that day 18 years ago. Oh, a new testimony. What I did that day. The whole time, before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film's cartridge for Samsung. But before I could take the camera back to Samsung, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. Later, around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everybody else, to everybody present. That was when I saw Mr. Gusto enter Mr. Frost's room. And those were my movements on the day it all happened. I hardly see how you could take issues with any of that. That's for us to decide, Miss Bound. Are you saying there's contradiction in her story, Mr. Ellsworth? I'm more focused on proving the fact that she did indeed steal those statues.
Oh, excuse me.
The question is, when she would have had the opportunity to do so. If I can pinpoint that, I might be able to prove what exactly she got up to. I don't see any contradiction in any of these statements. Do I press someone? Bro, it's so slow. Yes, press.
Hold it!
Maybe the follow-up statements will have a contradiction. And what were you doing while you were waiting? I was in my room practicing some dance routines. I was on TV called Bacon Pop with Samsung, you see. Bacon Pop? What kind of show was it? It was a children's show. The two of them would sing and dance as they made a variety of sweets. Wow, that sounds awesome. Oh, the fun, Miles. You used to watch it? My father introduced it to me. I may have watched an episode or 2, or 5, or 10, or the whole thing. So Miss Bound passed the time before the judging began by practicing her dance routine. Was this the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculpture? This was the moment, yeah. This is when you remove the sculpture. But how would I have done that? By, well... Even a great thief would have struggled to steal the sculptures around then, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh. Nope. Looks like I got it wrong. Oof. My apologies, please continue, Miss Bound.
Hold it!
Were you the one that was able to move around freely during the judging? Well, I wouldn't say freely exactly, but I was able to move around more easily than the contest, yes. Even so, I could hardly have spirited the sculptures away while Samson was standing right there, could I? Well, if you had a block of ice and you put a cloth on top of it, surely, and you put it in a lift cart, shouldn't that look like it could easily be disguised as a trolley, right? Yeah, so if you put a block of ice on it and then put a cloth on top of it, I think it could easily look like a trolley, like here. And I ran straight off to change the film as soon as she asked me. I wouldn't have had time. So changing the film in the camera as requested by Mr. Tangaroa. Was this the moment when Miss Tan started the culture? No. That can't have been the moment she did it. I better listen carefully to what she says.
Hold it!
You entered the room containing Mr. Tangaroa's work before bringing the camera back to him, correct? Yes, I heard the sound of something collapsing. This is a recap. The sounds of the chocolate ship falling over after a certain someone took a bite out of one of the supports. And Mr. Tangaroa was still in Mr. Gusto's room when you found the body. Yes, I'm fairly sure that was the case. He was judging each room in order and he liked to take his time. So, the point at which she discovered Mr. Foster's body. Was this the moment time Mr. stole the sculptures? No, how can you? It's impossible. That can't be in her.
Hold it!
Just as you did today? Yes, I went around and offered everybody working on the investigation a cup of tea. Present company included. I remembered it well. You were here, there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere, with that little cart of yours. Interesting. And did anything strike you as strange around that time? Oh yeah, Gregory was singing the praises of Judy's tea, and I think he mentioned his saucer was cold. Yes, the reason why the saucer was cold, because at that time, the saucer was on the trolley, but the trolley was actually a lift cart that had the ice underneath. And because the sculpture is on top of the cloth, which is on top of the... Sorry, the saucer was on top of the cloth, which is on top of the sculpture. That's the reason why the saucer was cold. Because it was literally on top of ice. Ice, ice, baby. Got him. His saucer was cold? Yes, I think so. Miss Bound, I believe this was when you stole the sculptures. I hate to contradict you, but the fountain room was full of witnesses at that point, Mr. Fender included. Are you suggesting that I somehow got the sculpture out of Mr. Foster's room, right under everyone's noses? Oh shit, I pressed the wrong button. Fuck. Wait. Suggesting from everyone's noses? This is precisely what I'm suggesting. Miss Bound stole those ice sculptures, and she did it by hiding them here. Yep.
Take that!
The trolley. My father and Fender had no idea that one of the sculptures was mere inches away from them. Because it wasn't just a tea set you were pushing around, Miss Bound, but a hidden ice sculpture in a glass case. Yeah, and I'm assuming that Frost's body was in there. Keeping him frosty. You know, get it? Frost, and there's a cup of tea on top of it, frost tea. And also getting cold frosty. But
Surely, such a thing would have been impossible. How would a case of that size on a fitting cart? It would have been spotted immediately.
Who said anything about a 7 cart?
What? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you suggesting she use instead?
I'm suggesting that Ms. Bound use this to transport the sculptures. Yeah, it must be the cart, right? Let's see.
Take that!
And this is...
the cart that Ms. Bound used to move the flavoured ice sculptures out of Mr. Froster's room 18 years ago. And it would appear that the very same cart is still here with us in this fountain room.
Well, we originally bought it for use in the contest. And you're saying that Miss Bounds loaded Mr. Froster's sculpture onto this cart and carried them off?
I am. As you can imagine, all one would need to do is lay a case on its side, add a tablecloth, and they look exactly like a normal serving cart, thus allowing her to move the sculptures around freely.
Can it be?
Holy moly, of course! That's why those saucers were so chilly. They were sitting on top of a big block of ice. Jules, how could you? Pourquoi? Impressive. Sorry guys, hold a second. Okay, I'm back. Then again, you are Mr. Gregory Edgeworth's son. I should have expected no less. There isn't a scrap of evidence that I stole the sculptures all those years ago now. And yet I knew that no matter what I said or did, I'd always be under a cloud of suspicion.
So you admit it. You admit that you stole them from Mr. Frost's room.
Yes, I do. I took those sculptures and their glass cases out of that room 18 years ago. As Mr. Edgeworth correctly deduced, I just stopped the lift cart as a servant cart to do it, and slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room while I was going around serving tea to everybody. In the end, I'd removed not only the sculptures, but the flavoured ice zodiac blocks as well. Zodiac blocks? I feel like I've seen them for myself before. Yeah, we saw this. Yeah, we remember saying it was hollow, so maybe it wasn't heavy. It's not a huge block of ice. It's really hollow inside. If the Winter Wing really is an exact replica of Mr. Frost's room from 18 years ago, then even though my father never saw them because they'd already melted, the Zodiac blocks must have been in the victim's room back then as well. When I had finished moving the 2 ice sculptures and the 2 Zodiac blocks out, I took 2 fresh, empty cases to Mr. Frost's room and put them where the original 2 had been. Only the sculptures had been kept in glass cases, you see, to prevent them from being damaged. The blocks were a little more robust, so they had been displayed as is. As stated in the contest rules, We were responsible for providing all display materials, including cases. Meaning it would have been easy for her to prepare those empty spares she swapped in. Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few other flavoured iceworks in progress. I figured if I melted them somehow, the resulting puddles would look like it came from the sculptures. And that is how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the Winter Wing today. I have to say, Mr. Edgeworth, that's quite the confession. Indeed, and I think she's offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing we can do with it. That's all I have to tell you. However, despite everything I've shared, you can't charge me with anything now, can you? What? How'd you figure that out?
Oh my. I would have thought you might have known at least this much, given we're at a crime scene. I suggest you memorize the various statutes of limitation outlined in this book.
Yeah, my question is, when did this game come out initially on the DS? Let me Google this. This game is called Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Okay. This game came out in 2011. Is that right? Yeah, it came out in Japan in 2011. I thought the statute of limitation... Oh yes, that's right. No, I thought the statute of limitation in Japan got removed in 2010. When did the statute of limitation change in Japan for murder? For murder. Japan abolished the statute of limitations for murder and other crimes resulting in death in April 2010. But then again, this probably would have taken some time to develop, right? The game came after they abolished the thing and lifted the statute of limitation, i.e. there is none anymore. Just like in the UK, there is no statute of limitation for murder. There's going to be some for other crimes, but for murder, no, there isn't. I know in K-drama it's like 10 years or something like that. So, yeah, so maybe when they made this game, it was still a thing. So I guess the statute of limitation has been lifted because it's been 18 years. I don't know how long it was for murder. Maybe it's 10, 15 years. And since 18 is greater than 10 or 15, it means there's been enough time that's been passed. She can no longer be convicted for murder, even if she admitted it. Yes, I killed that person. But yeah. Okay. Got it. I like how it says statuettes for dummies. This is statues of what? Statutes of limitations. Book data jotted down in my organizer. Okay. Simply put, K. Prosecutors only have a certain amount of time within which they can put a suspect on trial for a given crime. Yep, that's like I was saying. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Okay, for murder it's 15 years, okay. For theft it's 7 years. Okay. So it's different for every crime. Murder 15 years, theft 7 years. Ah! Yes. Ms. Bound stole those ice sculptures 18 years ago. So it's too late to have her arrested for that crime. I don't believe it. And also for murder as well.
Theft is a serious matter, especially when it involves the removal of evidence from a crime scene.
However, as you yourself have just pointed out, Ms. Bound can no longer be prosecuted for her crime. Rendering your revelations rather pointless, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth? But at least we get some closure. The main thing is the closure. We're going to finish something that our dad couldn't finish.
Objection!
Here. I wouldn't be so sure about that. For you see, the theft of the ice sculpture isn't my principle of interest here. I find the body that reappeared 18 years after the theft to be of considerably more interest. Are you suggesting I also hid Mr. Frost's body? I am indeed. But how did you keep a body hidden for 18 years without anybody finding it? By hiding it in a very unusual way. Ooh, now this is interesting.
Are you telling me that you know where the body has been all this time? For all this time, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's not such a big leap if you think about what Miss Bound has told us already. Let's just say it wasn't just flavoured ice that she removed from Mr. Frost's room back then.
Very well. If you are confident in this claim, let us put it to the test. Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, where exactly was Mr. Frost's body hidden?
In my opinion, I think it was hit. I still think it's that person on the left hand side with the cloth over his whole entire body. I think that was it. That's my guess. I hope I'm right.
Take that!
A photograph of Mr. Frost's work?
And of the victim's body, Your Honor.
You will have to forgive me, but I don't see what you mean. Where exactly in this photograph is Mr. Frost's body?
The victim's body is hiding right here. It's this thing here.
Take that!
The Gemini sculpture?
Yes. It may look like a sculpture at first, but is in fact Mr. Frost's corpse.
What? Oh, surely you can't be serious. I don't see anything in the photograph to support such a wild claim.
That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to hide the body in plain sight.
And what piece of evidence might that be? The court demands that you present what was used to conceal the body.
It's the cloth.
Take that!
One of the cloths from the autumn wing?
Yes. When it's made to glow in just the right way, it's so visually convincing you might mistake it for ice. Isn't that right, Miss Going? Well, yes, dear. But if you make it look like, you can make it look like just about anything, really, even blazing fire. And the right shade of blue would make it look like ice. Yes, exactly like that, in fact.
Is it not the case that a certain special device is needed to generate these colors, though?
Here, if you care to take another look at the photograph of the winter wing, Your Honor. Yeah, you can see it in the back. You can see. You'll notice there's a small box connected to the bottom of the Gemini display case. Yep. To the side of it. I thought it was at the back, but it's to the side.
Oh, that's
one of the very light emitting devices in question. Detective Gumshoe even confirmed its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago. Back then, it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside the display case. Which means Miss Bound had no choice but to take it with her when she removed the sculpture. So you see, this cloth and the light emitting device were being used to create the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was in fact a statue carved from ice.
No, this can't be.
Wait, so you're telling me that when we took that photo of us in the winter wing? Yes, we were standing right in front of the body.
But the body and the cloth are both recovered from the fountain. Why were they found there if the body was supposed to be in the winter wing disguised as a sculpture?
Because there would have been no mystery as to how the body had been hidden if we had found it as is. Miss Bound needed to remove Mr. Frost from the winter wing in order to throw us off the scent.
Ridiculous. I don't recall her sneaking around behind her backs to throw a body in the fountain.
No, and she didn't need to. Because she had another method at her disposal. Yeah, it's the stream thing, right? The water will take it away. Oh, the cart. Or the cart as well, yeah. Because it's like a trolley. A Chelsea lift cart. The same cart that had proved So useful in executing her original theft. Thinking about it now, I think the stream is really narrow, so there's no way you can fit a body in there.
What?
I believe she wheeled the body into one of the other wings and floated it down the stream. Oh, she did float it down the stream. Okay. Because didn't Larry say that she went to the summer wing? So she could have carted it away into the summer wing and then push the thing down there and let it flow down. Okay. The frozen body, being quite solid, probably got stuck somewhere along the way. Which is why only the cloth appeared at first. The cloth Miss Scone discovered.
And then the body followed afterward once it thawed enough.
It's an ingenious theory, Mr. Edgeworth. But can you prove that it was me? It seems a little unfair to expect me to accept your accusation without proof, don't you think? What about an eyewitness? Do you think somebody might have spotted her when she was moving the body? Yeah, Larry, right? As a matter of fact, I do. And the contradiction in this piece of evidence I was provided will shed light on exactly how Miss Bound moved the body as well. Yes, because the cloth was blue, which is kind of like the ice colour. The flavor's ice sculpture colour. So yeah, I guess so.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any evidence to support your allegation?
Of course, I have a piece of very compelling proof right here.
Then please present it to the court. What evidence do you have that proves Miss Bound acted as you claim?
Must be this one. Take that.
More drawings? And is that me?
Yes, Mr. Butts drew sketches of people as they passed through the fountain room. I mean, Dunim. She does look pretty. But what I'm interested in is the cart we see here.
Miss Bound's serving cart? What about it?
Here. You don't see it. She's using the same trick she used 18 years ago. Ergo, we know that Miss Bound was busy moving Mr. Frost's body when this picture was being drawn.
What?
If I may, I don't see Mr. Frost's body anywhere in that sketch. All I see is a picture of me delivering chocolates to everyone. Really? Then allow me to direct your attention to the colour of the tablecloth, Miss Bound. I really thought that Mr. Butts had made an error, but he assured me that couldn't possibly be the case.
This tablecloth appeared to be light blue.
Yes, a shade of tablecloth that Miss Bound doesn't seem to own. The cloth only appears to be light blue due to the body hiding just underneath.
What? But the shape of the cart is perfectly rectangular, just one would expect. Surely it would be immediately obvious if the tablecloth was being draped directly over the body.
Not if the body had been placed inside one of the hollow zodiac blocks in the winter wing. Place one of those on the lift cart and would easily pass muster as a regular 7 cart. Wouldn't you agree?
Goddess of justice.
Miss Bound, surely now you must admit that it was you who moved the body just as you did 18 years ago. Haha! I didn't expect you to deduce all of that from a single simple sketch. But that sketch alone isn't really enough to prove your theory, is it? So you're saying that it's sketchy? Heh. You needn't worry on that front. My case doesn't rest solely on Mr. Butts' artwork. Once you have disposed of the body, your servant cart became a simple lift cart once more. Which is exactly why we discovered it here in the fountain room. And without a servant cart, you had to find some place to put your chocolates. My chocolates? The one I was handing out? As we saw in the sketch, you had originally placed them on top of the cart, but the chocolates you gave us came from your pocket. Oh yeah, mine was half melted. It was still super sweet and tasty though. Why did you suddenly feel the need to put the chocolates in your pocket, Miss Bound? It was because you no longer had a 7 cart to put them on. That's why. Ah!
One moment, please. You have explained what Miss Bound did with the chocolates and the lift cart, but what about the tablecloth? Where did it go?
Indeed, if stashing the chocolates in her pocket was the only solution she could think of, I doubt Miss Bound had the time to dispose of the entire tablecloth.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an answer for me?
Miss Bound didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth, Your Honor. In fact, it's right here in front of us. Wait, what? It is?
Perhaps you could care to enlighten us. Where exactly is the tablecloth Bound used to hide the body?
Okay, so in this picture she's wearing all green. You can't see it. Didn't she had something white on her? Wait, let me see the picture again. Yeah, from from head to toe, she's wearing a green dress. But I thought I saw some white on her. And she can easily make the tablecloth white. Sorry, the luminous cloth white. But you do need the Empton light though, I think. Maybe on her? Memes? I'm gonna see her again. I thought I saw white on her. Miss Bound had a tablecloth on her person, as in plain view, in fact. Yeah, she's wearing white. Can you see? That apron looking thing. You can see it at the bottom of the screen. There's something white there. Could that have been it? I don't know.
In plain view? No, surely you don't mean.
Miss Bound. It's the cloth around your waist, isn't it? And given the Zodiac blocks weren't kept in glass cases, the cloth would have been a direct contact with the ice. All we need to do is confirm my theory is to test the cloth for traces of sugar used in Mr. Frost's work. The game is up, Miss Bound. It's time to come clean. Wait, did I miss something? You won't need to test the tablecloth. Everything you said is true. I stole Delicious Infesticide Ultra and moved Mr. Frost's body. Yeah, she's gonna say she did it to try to protect, what's his name, Tarangoa. Or she actually confessing to a crime. It was me. It was all me. Delicia, I'm so sorry. Last week I went into your bag and I took it. And then I put it in his pocket, hoping to make it look like he tried to do it himself. Oh, she's talking about Gusto. I also made sure to leave no fingerprints but yours, just in case the police suspected foul play. Julie, you... Oh gosh. But Jules, pourquoi? Weren't we supposed to be on the same side, all fighting together to free Samsung? We were, but I couldn't afford to get arrested, not yet. Not until I finally proven that Samsung is innocent. I always planned to give myself up in the end, I swear. I know it's easy to say that now, but why do it in this way though? It's not like you. I'm so sorry, Mr. Fender. I caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along, ever since that day 18 years ago.
Are you trying to tell us that the true culprit in the IS-7 incident was you?
I committed a terrible crime. I took those sculptures and I stole them for purely selfish reasons. So she's not admitting to the murder. The moment Mr. Frost died, they became more than a mere entries in a confectionery contest. They become the final works of Samsung's favorite artist. I couldn't allow them to just melt away, not before he came home. And that meant I couldn't let anybody near them, not even the police. So I hid them. I knew it was wrong, but I just had to. I put them in a cold storage room for safekeeping. But what I had actually done was far worse than anything I could have possibly imagined. Because who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posing as one of the sculptures? So she didn't know about the body when she stole the sculptures? So then who killed him then? Was it Gusto in the end?
Samsung is a kind man, a saint, who could never kill anybody. Never. And yet, because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body, and Samsung was found guilty. After all he's done for me, he was my family, the only family I ever had. He was the most important person in the entire world to me, and I...
Judes.
After his conviction, I was forced out of our home. I was finally able to return only a few days ago, and when I did, I went to the cold storage room to check up on the sculptures, and that's when I saw it. Mr. Frost's body had been there the whole time. Of course, by that point, the statute of limitations had expired. So I did what I did today, because it was the only way I could think of to make things right.
You know what? I'm gonna check and see, make sure I'm been pronouncing it right. I have no idea how it's pronounced. It's one of the two, I'm sure. Okay, so it's statute, and it's not statuette, but statute. I guess statuette would be U-E-T-T-E, so it's statute. Okay. It seems I misunderstood her intention. Everything she's done really has all been for Mr. Tangarora's sake. Hey, what are you thinking about, Mr. Edgeworth? Something that's been puzzling me. Why did Miss Bound use poison gas? Why not a more reliable method? And why disguise the autumn wing as the winter wing? The only reason I can think of is to confuse someone who was here 18 years ago, Gusto. Yeah, I wonder what she's had in mind. Like I said, I think Gusto probably killed to get the book. But for what purpose? For money? Or for to... Maybe he too also had the taste disorder. If she was trying to prove that Mr. Tangarora is innocent, Miss Bound's ultimate goal must be to... find the true killer, right? Could she have been trying to discover the identity of the true culprit? Miss Bound, your ultimate aim was to see Mr. Tangarora's cleared of all charges, correct? And to that end, you had to expose the real killer and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Is my understanding of your intentions correct? Exhibiting the sculptures was sure to force the killer to return to the crime scene. After all, they were the only person, apart from you, who knew that the body was hidden in the icework. So they were freaked out, thinking the body was about to be discovered and come running, we? Exactly. But Miss Bound ran the risk that the killer might successfully cover their tracks this time. In the worst case scenario, they might have been able to remove Mr. Frost's body from the scene. Alright, so they probably tried to... Yeah, I think they tried to melt the body. Or dispose of the body. But because I think they froze the body. I knew that sculpture was the body. And tried their best to melt it to carry it out and get rid of the body to hide evidence. This being Gusto. But little did they know that there was ubiquium and asphyxium was in there. And therefore, because of the chemical reaction, it turns to poison gas, and Gusto inhaled it, and he's in a state that he is in. He's in the critical state that he's in, that we see him in right now. Okay, that could have happened. So how could she lure the true killer into revealing himself without putting vital evidence at risk? So yeah, so she pretended the autumn wing to be the winter wing, and disguised, is it Capricorn, Aries, or whatever it was, to be the winter room, the Gemini and Taurus. Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're saying that's why the autumn wing was all a winter wingy. I am. You were betting on one thing, Miss Bound, weren't you? That whoever opened the Pisces case you had so carefully disguised as a Gemini case, would be the real perpetrator of the IS-7 incident.
No.
But that would mean the real killer was...
Enough, not another word. Do you realize the implication of what you are saying, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you prepared to stand by the accusation you are clearly about to make?
Miss Bound set a trap for Mr. Frost's killer, meaning that whoever found himself caught in the trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. But I lack the evidence to support such an assertion. To accuse someone without any evidence is not to be done so lightly, so should I really go ahead and make my accusation and name Mr. Frost's killer nonetheless? Fuck it, YOLO! My ultimate goal is to see the truth exposed, and to do that, I need to seize the moment. Yes, Judge Govell, I'm prepared to stand behind my accusation. I know exactly who is to blame for the IS-7 incident.
Take that!
Take that. Mr. Gusto, the victim of the poisonous gas attack, is the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incident? Auguste? Monsieur Gusto? Miss Bound, as we have established, you knew that the opening of the gallery would lure the real culprit, and you set up the poisonous trap in order to catch them. Do you dispute the facts thus far? Does that mean that she's going to get arrested for attempted murder? You're a very impressive man, Mr. Edgeworth, just like your father. And of course, you're absolutely right. Then perhaps you could tell us exactly what happened in your own words. Of course, I have nothing to hide anymore, so I might as well tell you everything. As you said, I set a trap here in the gallery to try and catch Mr. Frost's killer. Before we opened, I made sure that the door to the autumn wing was the only one that was unlocked. When opening time came, I went around to unlock the doors of the various rooms and found that the autumn room had been locked from the inside. The killer is on the other side of the door. The thought, well, it frightened me. And then she simply walked away, leaving him to fall victim to her poisonous gas trap. When I heard that Mr. Gusto was being treated for gas inhalation, that's when I knew he was the murderer. All that was left was for the police to find Mr. Frost's body, and then Samson would finally be proven innocent. At least that was my plan.
Zeus, why didn't you tell me? You know I'm always here for you, right? We could have found another way. It didn't have to be like this.
Thank you, Mr. Fender. You've been so very kind to me all these years. But I'm the one who created this mess, so it was up to me to try and clean it up. I didn't care what it took, as long as I could get Samsung out of that awful place. Judy. 18 years ago, the police managed to cover up the fact that Mr. Frost's body had gone missing. If I went to them now and said it was that it reappeared, I was afraid they might have tried to cover things up again. So I worked to set off a very public incident here in the gallery in front of as many witnesses as possible.
I'm so sorry, Judy. You, Samson, Gregory, I let you all down.
Fender, this can't be easy for him. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing, Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender. I hope one day you can forgive me, and whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. But please, if I may ask one thing of you, it's that you simply must clear Samsung's name. The way of the truth of these past 18 years had come to light was unexpected, to say the least. And yet, it only set down a path towards an even more shocking end. Ayo? What do you mean? Don't tell me he dies. Latter, the committee's view. Oh, what's that supposed to mean? Some cover-up is going? Something fishy? 2nd of April, 3:11 p.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. Miss Bound, are you feeling a little calmer now? Yes. Good. Then allow me to get to the point. Regardless of your intention, you broke the law. Yes, I understand. Nevertheless, I understand that you did what you did in order to prove Mr. Tangaroa's innocence. Guys, I was wondering, do we have any tech experts in here? Like, because apparently, you know, with laptops, right? When a laptop's, I heard that when a laptop is fully charged, the battery, that is, when a battery of a laptop is fully charged, and you still connect the cable to the laptop, back then, historically, that was a bad thing, right? Once they hit 100%, you're supposed to take the plug out, right? But I heard that these days, with these technologies these days, this might be not still a while ago, that when the battery of a laptop is fully charged, you keep it plugged in, it doesn't charge the battery anymore. What it does, it uses the laptop uses electricity straight from the main socket and not from the battery source. So the source of power is no longer from the battery, but from the actual main outlet, the wall socket or whatever you want to call it, right? Is that true? And I was wondering, is that the same case for like phones and whatever you're charging, like even your controller? Like if you're charging your controller, once it hit full battery, are we meant to take it out, or can we keep it plugged in and it's not using the controller isn't using the battery within the controller, it's using it from the main source? Does anyone know, or no one knows? I wonder. Sorry, it's so random, it's nothing to do with this case. Sorry, I just was thinking off on a tangent, just like how I yap on tangents. Yeah. Nevertheless, I understand what you did. You did what you did in order to prove Mr. Tangaroa is innocent. Therefore, if the real culprit really is someone else, then we have a duty to reinvestigate the case. But the statute of limitations gone past, so what happens here now? Unless the committee was covering things up and they don't want to reopen it.
There is nothing to suggest that anything nefarious took place in the official IS-7 incident records, and right now, there is nothing to suggest that we should take Ms. Bound at her word either. So our first order of business should be to arrest the culprit of the case before us, Ms. Bound herself.
Objection!
Official records cannot be trusted, Judge Cavell, especially since there are those prosecutors who would think nothing of twisting the facts.
Are you suggesting that the committee at the time overlooked at such a prosecutor?
That's for you and your people to figure out. However, it is in fact that the autopsy report was fake, seeing as Mr. Frost's body was only found just now.
There really is something of Mr. Von Karma in you, Mr. Edgeworth.
How so exactly?
By continually defying the will of the committee and bending the truth to fit your needs. That's how. Perhaps it's time you understand how the committee sees this case.
Oh crap, she's got her own testimony now. The committee's view.
The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report. Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tangaroa convicted as an accomplice. I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident is Ms. Bound. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder.
And this is how the committee sees things, is it?
It is. As always, I act solely in service of law and order.
It sounds to me like all she's doing is acting in service of the committee in covering up the truth. And if I can't change her mind, there will be no saving Mr. Tangaroa or Miss Bound. Yeah, I want her to talk more about this. Why does she think that she was the killer?
Hold it!
and not Mr. Gusto? Why would Miss Bound have chosen to frame Mr. Gusto for the murder? Yeah, because there's no, if you think there's no point framing it, because of the statute of limitations gone past. It doesn't matter. No one can get convicted because it died 18 years ago, and the statute of limitations 15 years for murder. It's gone past. She just wanted to figure out who the murderer is, not to cover it up. There's no need to cover things up.
No doubt because he suspected her of being the real culprit. He may have entered what he thought was the Winter Wing simply to see if the Gemini statue was genuine. Little did he know that he would be greeted by a trap designed to silence him, a trap that nearly worked.
Do you have any evidence to support that line of reasoning?
Unfortunately, Mr. Gusto remained in critical condition. It will be difficult to prove anything until he regains consciousness. In other words, there is little we can do for now.
On the contrary, there's plenty we can do.
You still have not grasped the situation, have you? Then allow me to spell it out for you.
We have all the evidence we need to explain both the eye essence and the poison gas attack. We have therefore determined there is no investigation to investigate either case any further. What the fuck? Yeah, because they have not explained the blood inside the case.
Objection!
I'm afraid there is still one question concerning the IS-7 incident that remains unanswered, Your Honor. Would you mind taking a look at this?
What is it?
Their test results carried out in the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case in the Winter Wing. As you can see, traces of blood were detected. The question is, whose? Until that question is answered, I can hardly think you can claim to have all the evidence.
There was blood in the Gemini case? Why did I not hear about this from Eustace?
Because he's useless. Because Detective Gumshoe informed me of the results directly. I was planning to tell Mr. Winner about it myself, of course.
Overruled.
You kept it to yourself until now, despite having no jurisdictions here whatsoever?
Hi Mango, how you doing?
Mark my words, the committee will hear all about what you have done here today.
As ever, my interest is in the truth, and if mistakes were made in the past, they must be rectified. If you must report me to the committee, then so be it. But in return, we must be allowed to investigate this case to the very end.
That is not my decision to make. You will need to discuss it with Eustace.
Guess who's back, losers, and with good news too. Oh, he's back. I'm okay, I guess, Mango. Could be better, but could be worse, I guess. It was a close call for a minute there, but Carmela Gusto is alive. Gusto! He made it! Oh no. You're the one who found me. Yep. Long time no see, Gusto. You're the attorney's assistant. You've grown and you have an assistant of your own now. Assistant? No, he hasn't got us a gig just yet. This is Gregory's Edgeworth's son. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service. Fate moves in mysterious ways. I'm in your debt. If you hadn't found me in time, I wouldn't be here to thank you. Oh, you're very welcome. After all, if you hadn't lived, we wouldn't have been able to ask you what really happened 18 years ago. Huh? What are you talking about? We figured out quite a bit while you were out cold, including the fact that you're probably the guy who offed poor Artiphos. Oh, what? Is that true? Ms. Bound set up a very elaborate trap to catch Mr. Frost's murderer. A trap that involved rigging the Pisces case with poisonous gas. Perhaps in light of that fact, you could tell us in your own words what happened back then. Or perhaps you'd rather exercise your rights to remain silent. Or it's not that Gustav is a fan of the old meditation, you know, and all that jazz. Wow, sleeping while standing seems pretty cool. That's one heck of a talent. Except there's no sleeping involved in meditation, Kay. Hey, Gustav Opal, how about you snap out of it and tell us what went down way back when? I was caught in the girl's trap, so I must be the killer. Is this your idea of a joke? I'm the victim here.
Indeed, you are, Mr. Gustav, and there's no evidence that you have done anything wrong yet. Mr. Edgeworth and Mr. Fender are merely speculating. Rest assured that they have no authority here, and that you may pay them no heed.
At least somebody here seems to be on my side.
Judge Verity Gavel, it's a pleasure, Mr. Gustav. I will assist you in any way you may require. Perhaps you could begin by explaining what exactly happened 18 years ago to Mr. Edgeworth.
Fine. You want me to prove I'm innocent, Mr. Prosecutor? I'll be happy to.
Objection!
So this is how you mean to play it, Judge Gavel. You're hoping Mr. Gusto will help you hide what happened instead of trying to correct the record. I believe only in the infallible judgment of the goddess of justice. Except it is us humans who make the actual judgment calls in a court of law. And so as long as those who use the law to their advantage, our rulings are fallible indeed. If you would like to use your positions to further obscure the truth, then neither she nor I will forgive you.
Haha, we shall see about that.
What do you advise, Judge Gavel?
It would seem that you are under suspicion because it was you who triggered the poison gas, specifically by opening the Pisces case's lid. Would you be so kind as to share why with us?
Understood. I came to see Frost's sculptures, simple as that. I made a mistake with the opening times and arrived half an hour early. Miss Bound, was there no one at the reception desk around that time? I had left the main entrance unguarded and unlocked just in case the killer made an appearance. I was also busy making preparation elsewhere, all the way up into the gallery's opening. So no one was here on the first floor then. But I did make sure that all the wings were locked up tight, all except for the autumn wing, that is. I see. She did all that just to steer the culprit into the autumn wing, which is precisely where Mr. Gusto went. Sneaking into the building pretty suspicious, however you slice it.
Silence in the courtroom. I will permit no objections or interventions unless there is some evidence that the witness is lying.
The courtroom? You know, this is an art gallery, right?
Mr. Gusto, if you could please continue by explaining why you opened the Pisces case.
I wanted to see Frost's work up close, so I went up to the Gemini, I guess it was supposed to be the Pisces statue, and I saw that the lid was frozen on tight, so I grabbed a blowtorch from nearby and tried to open it. When I finally got it to open, gas came pouring out. Fascinating. This is the sort of flawless testimony attorneys can only dream of. Yeah, and everything sounds like a lie kind.
I am none too satisfied with Mr. Gusto's explanation myself. Alas, there is no evidence to refute it.
Come on, there must be something. It's Bound's story you should be questioning, not mine. I'm not the one who set off the gas trap. She could have killed anybody with that thing.
Objection!
She turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was gunning for the killer and nobody else. That killer being you, old pal. So you believe that self-confessed criminal. Miss Bound is far from blameless in this affair, and she will have to pay for her crimes. But so will Mr. Frost's killer. You seem determined to pin Frost's murder on me, but I had no reason to kill him. And you have no evidence to prove otherwise. Ugh. Can we really not prove that he's the killer, Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Gusto fell victim to the poison gas. That much is indisputable. Yet no matter how suspicious action in the present may seem, they prove nothing about the past. Yeah, but... yeah, what about you, Mr. Fender? There must be something we can do. You're right. We may not have evidence, but we have plenty of intel. Let's see now. If Gusto killed Frost, he must have had a reason. He claims to not have a motive, but that can't really be true, can it? Like, just a hint thing. If he did it, he has won. Not many people commit murder just for fun. In fact, your old man had a little back and forth with Von Karma about a probable motive too, remember? That's a recap, so I'm not reading it. Von Karma wouldn't let us talk to Gusto back then, but we can now. If we can put the pieces together, I think the picture we've been looking for might just emerge. Yes, I think you might be right. I need to think back over everything we know about the IS-7 incident, especially the questions that never got answered. Miss Going denied the finger marks on the frame were hers. Well, what if they were Mr. Gusto's? Perhaps he had wanted to take a look through the ultimate cookbook for himself. Yeah, maybe he has a taste disorder, or his son did. Has. Okay, this is a recap. More clues. My father noted these things for a reason. I just need to piece them together correctly. In the absence of evidence, it's the only way to the truth. Okay. I think the murder motive is probably the corporation ended. Mr. Gusto, you and Mr. Frost conspired to create works for the contest together, did you not? I'm assuming, can you guys hear me, right? I'm assuming you guys can hear me, because I'm guessing if the games continue on and you're not hearing any oh yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, because I'm guessing if you're seeing the dialogue moving but you don't hear my voices, then you guys will be like, oh, there's why are you not you must be muted, because I normally read this. Hi, Crates. Yeah, it's hard because I don't have audio for PC. So even though I have the stream open, I can't hear myself. Hi, TTV. But thank you, everyone, for clarifying that. Huh? So you know my little secret. Mr. Fender was kind enough to inform me. Mr. Frost was in charge of the designs while you were in charge of the flavor. Is that correct? Huh. What can I say? I still had a long way to travel on the road to becoming a master's confectioner. Wait, Mango, did you stream Elden Ring yesterday? I don't remember. Was I in the stream, or or was my power outage was that during the time when my power was out? But you were only collaborated up through the semi-final. Something changed after that. We both wanted to show what we could do, show that we were better than Tangaroa. Oh, you wasn't on for long. Okay, that makes sense then. Then why did you help Mr. Frost with his entry for the final? Yeah. What grounds do you have to say that? Your own statement made to Mr. Von Karma 18 years ago. You told him that you've been working together right up until the day before the final. Okay, this is a recap. So why didn't Mr. Frost help you in turn? Ugh. I submit that relationship broke down for some reason, and that became the basis of your motive for murder. No, that's not how it was. Sure, we stopped working together, but it was all perfectly friendly. You stopped working together in a friendly way? Kinda hard to imagine, but okay. Besides, how do you think I did it exactly? You think I just strolled into Tangora's room and killed a Frost? But why would Frost be in there? How do you know Frost was in there? I couldn't have killed the man while Tangora was in there working on his chocolate pieces, could I? But when you could have killed him when he was judging. So you see, it couldn't have been me. I wouldn't be so sure. There must be a window of time. Yeah, I'm sure there's a window of opportunity where Mr. Tangaroa wasn't in his room. Yeah, when he was judging the other people's work. And if I can prove that, I can prove Mr. Gusto had the opportunity to kill Mr. Frost. Okay. I know he wanted a cookbook. Do you think they could have taken pictures of the cookbook? Because there was less film on the camera, so someone must have taken pictures of cameras without Tangaroa's knowing. Photographing the cookbook's content would be the perfect way to steal its secrets undetected. And what if Mr. Gusto did just that? What if he used Mr. Tangaroa's camera to photograph the book? It'd be a perfect crime. So much better than stealing it and getting chased by the cops. A sneaky snapshot or 20, huh? That could work. The only question is, when would he have done it? Good question. What about during afternoon tea? Didn't Delicia say that Gusto and Frost had missed out on the little tea party they had? Which brings me to the next question. When do we know for certain that Mr. Frost was still alive? This is a recap. Mr. Frost had kept him to himself inside his room after the contest had started, but he was gone by the time Miss Scone snuck in to sample his work. True. I mean, that's probably when he died. I mean, there's a good chance he was murdered before the end of the afternoon tea. Well, I guess I wonder which two had to connect. Ooh, that was a hard one there. I couldn't tell which one I had to do. Had to choose and use. We can be sure that Mr. Frost was alive until the beginning of afternoon tea, making tea time the only window during which Mr. Gusto could have killed him.
Are you satisfied with Mr. Gusto's story now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Here, sadly, I'm afraid I'm still rather unsatisfied. But things are finally starting to become clear, and the truth will soon come to light at last.
Do you mean to say that you have uncovered new evidence?
Evidence? No. I was hoping I might convince Mr. Gusto to open up to us about it instead. Oh, is it mind games time again? Oh, is that the chess mind thing? It is. Mr. Gusto, I have a question for you. I said I have a question for you. Ugh. What is it? Mamma mia. You chose to make your entry for the final on your own. I told you, I wanted to test myself. I wanted to prove I was the best in the world. If that was the case, then surely you wouldn't have chosen to cheat in the first place. So tell me, Mr. Augusto, why did you feel the need to team up with Mr. Frost? "18 years ago, Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost collaborated with the confectionery contest. But why did they work together? And why did they enter the contest in the first place? That's the information I need to get out of my opponent somehow." Wow, 4 pieces! Mr. Gusto seems to have a habit of pretending to be asleep when things aren't going his way. Let's start by focusing on why he chose to work with Mr. Frost. By my hand, now's the time to dig up the truth that was buried all those years ago. Why did you collaborate with Mr. Frost? Mr. Gusto, what inspired you to collaborate with Mr. Frost? We were acquaintances before we were contestants. He was interested in entering the contest, so we decided to sign up together. And your decision to pair up with a sculptor had nothing to do with your lack of faith in your skills? You don't know me. We joined forces because we wanted to make the most perfect creation possible. That's all. Always bide your time. When in doubt. Frost's son and mine were the same grade at school, so we got along pretty well too. Oh, so you were just 2 friends who happened to try for the title of world's greatest confectioner? Wake up. Wakey. Pretending to be asleep when the going gets tough won't work on me, I'm afraid. Mr. Frost was a sculptor, Mr. Gusto. I doubt he cared much about winning a title for confectioners. In which case, he probably had a different motive for taking part in the contest when you say, yeah. I think Gusto wanted to win for the title, and maybe to cure the taste disorder if him or his son had it. Whereas Mr. Frost wanted to win for the money. He probably wanted to sell the book for a large wad of cash, because it may have been possible that he had some financial difficulties. Was in a sticky financial situation. Fine, it was me, Mario. It was me, Gusto. I wanted that title. Frost was only in for the prize, the ultimate cookbook. Oh, he wanted the cookbook so he can sell it for money. I guess maybe him or his son didn't have the taste disorder. They just wanted to be known as the world's best confectioner, I guess. I see, and since your objective dovetailed so neatly, you decided to work together. But then something happened, a breakdown in your relationship, perhaps. If so, I want to know why. Mr. Prosecutor, I'm still quite unwell after my brush with death. Push me too hard, and I'll be on my way back to the medical room. No, wait. Then you better wrap this up quickly. I'm already dangerously low on patience. Mr. Gusto is trying desperate to make his escape, but he's not getting anywhere yet. Not as long as he's still keeping things from me. So let's figure out what he was really after next. There's no time to lose. I need to pick up the right line of questioning, and fast. Do you want more than just a title? You two had your eyes on something other than the title, didn't you? After all, I'm not sure the title of World's Greatest Confectioner even counts for that much. Ugh. Now you're insulting the way of the confectioner. My only goal was to win the title. I don't care about anything else. You have no idea how much it would have meant to me. Bide my time, I guess. Look, my sense of design may not have been up to the snuff back then, but you should see me now. Oh? So you've improved? You bet I have. I didn't do all that training in Zhengfa for nothing. He went through the Zhengfa by my time. I look up to Tangaroa, you know, spent hours poring over the designs of his work. Even used to watch his show with my son. Sounds to me like Mr. Tangaroa's work was exceptionally influential in your early studies. And with his recipe book, you might have even become the best someday. Maybe. The book was a real treasure, no doubt about that. Any confectioner would have wanted it. Did he just admit that he was interested in the book? So you were interested in the book too? You claim that your only goal was to win the title, yet you also seem to have an interest in the contest prize, the ultimate book. Yeah, so I guess there was a little conflict in there. Both of them wanted the book. And there can only be one winner. And it's not Eustace, even though his name is Eustace the winner. Ugh. The greatest collection of recipe by the world's greatest confectioner. I can't say I had absolutely no interest in it. And even if I did... Oh shit, I just skipped it. What exactly is so wrong with that? Nothing, I suppose. Only that the book contained recipes for the medicines, not desserts. And everyone who entered the contest supposedly knew that. Ugh. I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere. I can't let him slip from my grasp now. I just need to stay calm and keep the pressure on. Next, let's find out why he wanted the cookbook. Did you need it to help to make your sweets? So your plan was to win the cookbook and use it to help you with your own creations. What else? A book like that could have improved my craft tenfold. You could have made a lot of money if you sold it. I don't know much about what was actually in there, but it was worth more than that money, I tell you that. I thought everyone knew what was inside the content of the book. You know more than you're letting on. Come on now, Mr. Gusto. I think you know more about the Ultimate Cookbook than you claim. They told us a little about it at the start of the contest. Huh? Heh. Then you know what kind of recipe it actually contained, don't you? And that they weren't desserts recipe at all. Ugh. I see you did your homework. Fine. So you know what was really in there. The Ultimate Cookbook, or the Angel Cook's Book, to give it its proper title. It's a collection of chemical formulas and way to synthesize new medicine nobody had ever heard of. So he did know about the cookbook, actually contained recipes for medicine. This could be an important clue. Did you know what the book was really worth? Did you know how valuable the cookbook really was? What kind of question is that? It was a collection of Tangora's recipe. There wasn't a confectioner in the world who wouldn't have wanted to get their hands on it. Time to deploy my clue. Except you knew that's not what's really in there. Your designs may have improved thanks to your training in Zheng Fa. But you clearly didn't do enough work on your skills of deception. You've already admitted that you knew the Ultimate Cookbook was a collection of recipes for medicine. Thereby making your interest not gastronomical, but pharmaceutical in nature. You needed the medicine, didn't you? You're a confectioner, Mr. Gusto. You had no professional interest in the revolutionary new medicines, which suggests that your interest must have been personal. I underestimated you. Fine, you're right. Winning the title wasn't the only reason I entered the contest. I needed one of the recipes in that book. It was for my son. He was sick. He was? Tell me more. That's none of your business. I told you as much as you need to know. He looks rattled, but I can't let him off the hook. Let's find out what this mystery illness was. Maybe his son. It was either him or his son, I think, had taste disorder. Maybe it was the son. I've almost gotten to the bottom of this. I can feel it. I just a few more moves. Tell me more about your son. Tell me a little more about your son. He was my pride and joy, yeah. Why you say was and not is? Is he dead? I'm my biggest fan. And you entered the contest in order to help him? You clearly don't have children of your own. Any father would have done the same. I wouldn't have done anything to help him. Anything. He would have come to see me here at the contest venue too, right up through to the semi-final. Really? You didn't get in the way of your work? If you were trying to beat Samsung Tangaroa, surely you didn't have the time to look after a child. Yeah, well, I wanted to do what I could for him. He said he wanted to always be the first to try my creations. So he wasn't too sick to join you. You said your son was sick, Mr. Gusto, and yet he was able to come and join you for the contest? It wasn't that kind of illness, nothing life-threatening anyway. This feels like it could be an important clue. Can we ask about the condition? Could you tell me the name of your disease your son suffers from? Ugh, you're a real cold customer, Mr. Prosecutor. Isn't it enough that he was seriously ill? Why would you force me to tell you more? Time to deploy my clue. But it wasn't life-threatening, was it? You already shared with me your son's illness wasn't life-threatening. So why are you so reluctant to share any further details? It may have not been life-threatening, but that doesn't mean it hadn't been life-altering. I see. That must have been very hard on both of you. Of course so it was. But that's why I did everything I could to find a cure. We were desperate. He couldn't taste anything, not even his favorite desserts. Oh, mamma mia. Did he have taste disorder? As I understand it, the Ultimate Cookbook contains the recipe for a very particular medication, one that Mr. Tangaroa used to cure himself of his own taste disorder. So he had it too. Two, you say? So your son has taste disorder then, am I correct? How did I let that slip, mamma mia? Oh no. You have been asking me to believe that you needed to win the cookbook in order to cure your son. But was that really the case? Of course it was. What are you saying? I don't know why I'm doing the hand movements like the Italians apparently do. I'm saying that I'm not so sure that's true based on everything you've told me. I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. I better try another tack. Was the book necessary for him to get better? Tell me more about your son. What's the name of your son's condition? Oh. This one? So you needed a cookbook to cure your son? Yeah, nowadays you can get the medications he needed anywhere. But back then, that book was our only hope. Which is why I didn't dare waste my time on fancy tea parties. I had to give my all to my work. And what about Mr. Tangaroa's work? Surely that tea break gave you the perfect opportunity to go steal a glance at it. And what makes you think that I had the energy or time to care about what the others had made? But you cared about Mr. Tangaroa's work. I'm running low on time, oh no. I think you have made abundantly clear how much interest you had in Mr. Tangaroa's work. What's more is, if you were that determined to win the Ultimate Cookbook, I seriously doubt you would have passed up on the chance to take a peek at your competitors' entries. Ugh. I'd had plenty of chances throughout the contest to see and sample my rival's work, you know. But each time I did, nothing seems to have any flavour. Must have been nerves or something, or maybe he has taste disorder as well. Nothing Mr. Gusto tasted had any flavour. That seems like it could have been an important clue. Find out more about his son's illness. Okay. We did this already. Monka as my time. I think he also had taste disorder himself. We did this already. Yeah, the two thing, okay. Are we going in circles here? Time to deploy my clue. You were sick yourself, weren't you? Okay, we didn't get that last time. Taste disorders are difficult to live with. It isn't easy not being able to enjoy your food. Yeah, I didn't know that too, Crates. I don't know what kind of disorder he has. Maybe there's a disorder for gooning too hard, Crapper. You should know. After all, you just told me you experienced something like that during the contest. I've seen how he behaves in my chat when I play Zenizone Zero or Genshin. You said that nothing you sampled had any flavour. Those were your words, correct? Which would seem to suggest that you were suffering from a taste disorder. A confectioner without a sense of taste? Not exactly ideal. Are you sure it wasn't actually your own condition you were seeking a cure for, Mr. Gusto? I had enough of your speculations. I managed just fine in that contest. Made it all my own entries, no problem. But weren't you working with Mr. Frost? Oh, is this the last one? We just did it in time. Sorry, but I'm afraid you're contradicting your own testimony. You already admitted that you and Mr. Frost had worked together during the contest. It's too late to claim that you did it all on your own now. You would have us believe that you were a man of principle, a dedicated student of the confectionery's arts. Yet you abandoned those principles and conspired with Mr. Frost to rig the contest. Also, you could cure your own taste disorder. You got me, Mr. Prosecutor. As you said, my sense of taste was short. My son's was fine. I've kept it hidden for so long, 18 years, and nobody knew. Sadly, you can't lie to others, but you can't lie to me. Both Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost entered the contest hoping to obtain the ultimate cookbook. For the medicine that would cure Mr. Gusto's disorder, and the money it would bring in for Mr. Frost. Thus an uneasy alliance was forged. And that I believe. Oh shit, I skipped it. That I believe was what? No! Wait. And that I believe is checkmate. Huh. I admit it, you're good. I'd never told anybody anything but any of this, but you figured it out anyway. It's the truth. 18 years ago, I developed a gushia. What's a gushia? It's a taste disorder that makes you so you can't taste anything at all. A confectioner's worst nightmare. Mr. Fender, is this what Mr. Tangaroa had as well? No, the big man had what they call dissociated taste disorder. Basically, some things he could taste just fine, while others had no flavor at all. Same taste, same crates, yeah. To live without taste is gonna be weird, right? Just eating things that's so bland. But then again, when I'm ill, I remember back then when I'm ill, when I eat congee, it tasted so bland. But yeah, throughout the whole entire rest of my life, eating something completely bland, it wouldn't be ideal. I probably would get used to it, but it wouldn't be fun at all. So he suffered too, can't have been easy. Not when there wasn't a way to cure it on the market. Which is why you needed Mr. Tangaroa's cookbook. Do you admit it now? That was the real reason you entered the contest. It was only for one reason. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted the title. When I put my mind to something, it gets done. And I won't lose to anybody. I may not have been able to taste it then, but I still knew my stuff was good enough to win. Oh? So you went into the final thinking you stood a good chance of winning? Of course. What was it that Vendor said about what Mr. Tangaroa thought of Mr. Gusto's creation? Yeah, he thought the two were inconsistent. The semi-final was much better than the finals entry in terms of quality. We were told that your entry for the final was far from the prize-winning taste sensation you described. Ugh. What happened, Mr. Gusto? What went wrong that day? Fine. You want me to talk, I talk. But you're not going to like what I have to say. Oh no, what's happening? My entry for the final. Frost and I were working together right up through the semi-final. I handled the flavor, he did the designing. But I wanted to face Tangaroa in the final on my own, no help, just me and my skill. So I helped Frost with his entry, but mine I did alone. That kind of makes sense. That's why it explains why the layer was salty and everything else tasted good, question mark? If it didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lacked the training. And that's all there is to it. Happy now? There doesn't seem to be any obvious contradiction in his testimony. Yep. Not that I thought it would be easy to get any real out of him. He managed to not let slip what really happened for 18 years after all. Why don't you try pushing him a bit, Mazzarino? See if you can't shake something loose. So we got a Preston. I think I might have to, Fender. Okay. Sorry, let me go over again. Let me press on this one. And yet I heard that your creations prior to the finals were scored highly for their flavour. So what went wrong? Was there some kind of cooking accident on that day? No, nothing like that. I reckon his son was probably helping him. Because he probably did the mixing and told his son to taste. And say, is this too salty? How's it taste? He's like, yeah, it's good, Dad. And then he carried on. It was like, no bueno. And then he'd be like, okay, let me the son might say, oh, it's too salty, or it's bland, it needs more salt, or it needs more sugar. And that's where he applied more sugar and stuff like that. Maybe the son was the one that did the taste. But the final, the son wasn't there. It was, I told you, I had a taste disorder. My sense of taste failed me. It's as simple as that. But Mr. Frost's entry was complimented on its flavour. Your sense of taste hadn't failed you then. Did something happen overnight? I don't think he's going to spill any more beans, Mr. Edgeworth. Then perhaps I should ask him about something else. Let's ask about the semi-final. Did something change between the semi-final and the final, Mr. Gusto? Not really. The only difference between the semi-final and the final was that the Frost wasn't helping me. We can... I'm guessing maybe we showed the picture of the family. I can think of one significant difference between the semi-finals and the final, Mr. Gusto. Your son. This is him in the photograph, correct? You told me he was there with you through the semi-final, up through the semi-final. He was, what of it? What indeed, he was here with you into the semi-final until he suddenly wasn't for the final. And just as suddenly your work went from being lauded for its flavour to it being blasted for it. I don't think that's a coincidence, do you? He wasn't just spending quality time with his father. He was playing a much pivotal role than that, yes. His son was Taste. I just wanted him to see me hard at work, to show him I was trying my best for us. Who knows, maybe it was him being here that helped me do so well in those early rounds. He helped you, alright, sure. He talks a good game, but nothing about this guy screams Super Dad to me. Indeed, thankfully, we would only have to give such an idea credence if his stories were true. After all, how much could the encouragement of one small boy affect the taste of a grown man's work? Mr. Gustos prided himself on the flavours of his creations, but then he lost his senses of taste. He must have had a tough time maintaining his high standards after such a devastating loss, unless... I'm sure your son was here to cheer you on. But that wasn't all he was here to do, was it? You're a very suspicious man, Mr. Prosecutor. But why not try answering yourself for a change? What was an elementary school kid doing here, other than support his father to taste your creations? Your son knew the taste of your work pretty well, I imagine, Mr. Gusto. He was my biggest fan. Of course he knew it. I still don't understand why he using was and not is. He dead? In which case, he would have been a good judge of whether something tasted on brand, so to speak, no? What are you implying? You already told us that you were suffering from a taste disorder. No one knew about your condition. Indeed, I doubt Mr. Frost would have wanted to continue collaborating with you had he found out. After all, it was your job to make sure his creations tasted good. Therefore, your son wasn't here just to support you. He was helping you by taste testing your work. Dang! Now it all makes sense. Voss's stuff tasted good because it really was finished the day before when the kid was still here. You have a vivid imagination, Mr. Prosecutor. But do you seriously think I trust a kid to tell me how to adjust the taste of my masterpieces? I have some pride, you know, even back then. Did you now? My designs may not have been much to write home about back then, but I always knew my work tasted better than anybody else's. You think I risk everything by putting my reputation in the hand of a child? This is just more speculation, that's all it is. In that case, I ask to speak with your son this instance. Let me see how much of a story he can corroborate. Sadly for you, my son is no longer my concern. What? As soon as I got my senses back, I went straight to Cheng Fa to start my training and cut off all ties with the kid for good. Oh, so that's what he said was. Okay. What? You abandoned your own child? And that ain't the half of it. No one knows where he is, even now. The cops have looked all over for him, but no dice. So, still think you can prove your asinine theory? I'd like to see you try. You think I care about anything besides confectionery? Think again. I got my senses of taste back. What need do I have for a son? Oof. Poor taste.
Silence in the room. While Mr. Gusto's word and action may demonstrate a certain lack of humanity on his part, the goddess of justice cannot judge him for that. Therefore, Mr. Edgeworth, I believe it is time for you to admit defeat.
Yeah, give it up. 18 years. Okay, yeah, give it up. 18 years is a long time for anything to surface now. Proof for otherwise. Mr. Edgeworth, we have to do something. If we don't, the truth might be lost forever. Gah. Where are you, Detective Gumshoe? That's the last piece of puzzle, I'm sure of it. Once we know whose blood it is. Hey, Miles. Sorry to cut in on your mind by this time, but I was pondering something myself. Our friend Gusto didn't come here just to check up on the body, did he? You mean because he tried to open the case? Exactamundo. Think we have anything that might explain why he tried to do that? We might, if Detective Gumshoe can make it back in time with a certain piece of evidence.
That's quite enough idle chatter, Defense. Now if you... Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Heh. Speak of the devil. I take it you have the test results, Detective?
Yes, sir. The lab just got back to me. Detective, please. Court is in session. Now then, am I right to assume that you are bringing us the evidence Mr. Edgeworth was just speaking of?
What? Hey, not fair. Why didn't anybody tell me any of this? It is indeed the evidence in question, Your Honor. It needs testing, so I'll ask him to carry it out. What the? Why is everybody always helping you? I'm supposed to be the one in charge here. Mr. Winner, I'm sorry I didn't involve you, but this is important. Can we at least hear what the detective has to say? Well, alright. So Detective Gumshoe, what did the test have to tell us? You're not going to believe this, but the owner of the blood we found in the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case is Carmelo Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack. What are you talking about? Got the Popo. Or was it me? I didn't kill them, Popo. Thank you, Detective. You've been very helpful. Well, it looks like my suspicions were correct. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes. What do you mean? Explain yourself. What is the significance of this blood to this case?
It's only the very thing the perpetrator of the IS-7 incident has been trying to hide all these years. The fact that your blood was found inside the Gemini case, Mr. Gusto, is as good as finding your blood lying right next to Mr. Frost's body. Why would there be traces of your blood there, of all places, Mr. Gusto? If you want answer her, Mr. Honor, Mr. Gusto, then I will. There wasn't just blood in the liquid from the Gemini cases. There were traces of salt and sugar too.
There were?
And if you remember, one particular part of Mr. Frost's work was allegedly very salty indeed. Oh yeah, you're talking about what Delicia told us back then, right? What was it again? Yep, the Lear was salty. Yes, the Lear, and the only Lear, tasted as if it had been flavoured with salt. There were no traces of salt anywhere else in Mr. Frost's entry.
Very interesting. Then perhaps you can tell us, Mr. Edgeworth, where did the salt on the Lear come from?
The only thing that's salty is a salt lamp.
Take that!
This is the lamp from the IS-7 incident.
Indeed, and I believe that is the salt that gave the Lear its flavour came from just such a lamp. Mr. Von Karma had established that both salt lamp were in Mr. Tangaroa's room at the time of the crime. One of them was used to kill Mr. Frost. So he used it to hide the weapon. He stored it in there. And it was stained with his blood. But no corresponding pool of blood was found in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Right. Because the culprit had a piece of chocolate with that on into the little stream. Furthermore, aside from the Lear, no traces of salt were found anywhere else in Mr. Foster's rooms either. Hey, come to think of it, the lamps we found in Delicia's room were both broken. We never did figure out how the other one wasn't used to kill Frost, got busted, but are we thinking maybe it had Gusto's blood on it at some point? Oh. Anyone whose blood was found on the lamps would have been a person of interest to the police. So the killer needed to hide the blood somehow, and in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion.
And you are seriously suggesting that the Lear was used to do just that?
I am. I suspect that the bloody salt was somehow applied to the Lear so it could be hidden inside the case. Because unlike the fountain water, the sculptures would have needed more time to care to test properly. And so he waited and waited for his chance to dispose the Lear undetected. Then the reason he's here today is 18 years ago, Mr. Frost's body and the evidence pointing to his killer were taken away together. This, of course, was no part of the perpetrator's plan, and thus a new dilemma arose. The possibilities that the body, the incriminating evidence, or both would resurface one day. So back he comes 18 years later, sneaking in bright and early to try and cover his tracks. Well, Mr. Gusto, are you finally ready to admit that you are the one responsible for the IS-7 incident?
Mr. Gusto, it's all because of you that Samsung...
Okay, he's gonna bash it crazy. Gusto, so I finally got the quota, huh? All these years later. Nobody came close back then, not even the big shot prosecutor or the attorney. That's some impressive work, Mr. Prosecutor. I have to hand it to you. You admitted then that she murdered Artie Frosty? Sure I do. I did it. I killed him. But he only had himself to blame. What do you mean by that? He agreed to help me. We were supposed to help each other, so one of us could win. And whoever won was supposed to let the other use the cookbook. But on the day of the final, the rat finally showed his true colors. Seriously, Frost, we had a deal. I don't know what accent to give him, or what voice to give him. Maybe I should give him my own voice, I don't know. Sorry, I'm not helping you in the final. Our little agreement is over, Gusto. But I helped you. I spent all day yesterday making the ice for your pieces. Did you? And you can prove that, I suppose. What do you? Oh wait, you were planning to betray me right from the start, weren't you? Bastardo. After Frost double-crossed me, I had to make my piece for the final by myself. And like you said, my son wasn't there, so I didn't have any help with the flavor either. So much for the pride you claim to have in your ability to make the delicious desserts. Go ahead and judge. You have no idea what it was like for someone like me to lose my sense of taste. I gave up everything to become the best. Everything. I take pride in that. Something someone like you could never understand. You're right, I don't understand. Do you take pride in the fact that you resorted to murder? Or that you abandoned your son? Why would I want to understand someone who could do such a thing? Such things. A man can't afford to rely on other people. I learned that the hard way 18 years ago. My son never showed up on the day of the final. And in hindsight, I wouldn't be surprised if Frost was the reason why. Why would you think that? What exactly happened to your son? How am I supposed to know? I told you, he's none of my concern anymore. Was he kidnapped? And according to you guys, nobody knows where he is now either. And you don't care? You're horrible. So with his dad's disappearance, so with his appearance, so too went your chances of winning, correct? Yeah, I had to find another way of getting my hands on that book. That's when inspiration struck. I decided to skip afternoon tea and snuck into Tangora's room. I guess he took pictures. It should have been so easy. All I had to do was photograph the formulas I needed and get out of there. But then Frost showed up.
I thought I might find you here. Stealing recipes from the famous cookbook,
Tut. Frost, was this a cure for taste disorder? Oh no, that's just too tragic. A confectioner who can't taste anything? What will people say? If you tell anybody, I'll... Ugh.
You what? You can't even hit me, you miserable worm.
Why you, Frost shoved me hard when I went to punch him, knocked me clean off my feet. I crashed into one of the lamps. Must have been when my blood got on it. So Mr. Frost wasn't the first to get hurt. When it was all over, I realized I had to get rid of the blood somehow, so I scraped off the bloody bits. Dissolved those salt shavings in some flavored ice mixture and brushed it all over the harp. And that's how you made the evidence linking to you to the murder or vanish? Frost was going to blackmail me. He would have made me give him money to keep quiet about my condition. So you decided you had to kill him? Yeah, I guess I did. Why would I let him live? Would you want someone holding something like that over your head? Besides, he's the one who drew first blood. Makes for a sort of case for self-defense, don't you think? So that was the impetus behind it all. Anyway, I initially took the lamp to Frost's room. Went straight there once I figured out how I was going to hide the bloody part. inspired by all the ice sculpting tools lying about the place, I guess. You're not as dumb as you pretend to be. Yeah, I figured I'd use them to chip it off and grind it up. Once that was done, painting the stuff all over the hub was easier. But why Samsung? Oh shit, I didn't read that. Why did you have to frame him? I never meant for the cops to pin it on him. That was your fault, you and the rest of them. Why do you think I went to the trouble of placing the lamps and cloths back into Scon's room? There's only one reason you plant the murder weapon in the room of another contestant, and that's to cast suspicions on that person. Well, you tried to frame me, Gutsy Pants? Oh yeah, but why? Why poor me? I respect Tanjiro, he was the best, true champion. I would never wanted him to take the fall, but you're a fraud, your work wasn't even real, you had no respect for our craft at all. You deserve to be punished for what you did. Oh Gutsy, how could you? And had you refrained from eating Tanjiro's work, Frost's body wouldn't have been found. My plan was to wait until Tanjiro was judging your room, and when I sneaked the corpse into Frost's room and freeze it. And thanks to you, Bound here found it before I had a chance to retrieve it. I don't understand. Why did you need to freeze his body at all? Why indeed? Mr. Edgeworth, surely you must know. Why did Mr. Gusto need to freeze Mr. Frost's body? I said this in the previous stream. The autopsy report generally gives a window for time of death because it's hard to determine when they actually died. So they give like a little window. That's assuming that the body's at room temperature. At a higher temperature, the decay, the body rots at a faster rate, and therefore it's harder to determine when they died. Same thing, but going the other direction when you freeze it. When you freeze it or make it super cold, it decays slower, and therefore again, it's hard to determine the time of death. So I'm guessing it's the middle one to obscure the time of death. I said this in the previous stream. Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that the murder occurred during the afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect. Bingo. Freezing Frost's body wasn't simple. Preparing everything took a time. So I decided to put his body in a chest in Tanjiro's room while I got everything ready in Frost's. So that's why I was in Frost's room. At the time, it seemed like the perfect hiding place. Never counted on some glutinous pharmacist showing up and making the whole ship collapse. I still don't get it though. Why disguise the body as an ice sculpture at all? The sooner it was found, the smaller the effect of the freezing it would have had on masking the time of death. Therefore, he needed to disguise it, at least until it was fully frozen. How awful! Using Mr. Frost's own work to help you cover up the truth behind his murder. Ironically, Tanjiro would have been just fine if the body hadn't been found before I got out of his room. If only things had gone to plan, he wouldn't even have been arrested, let alone convicted. You mean it was my fault? Everything that happened to Samson? It was all because of I found the body? Don't let him get inside your head, Juice. None of this is your fault. Even if it wasn't Samson, it would have been Delicia instead. She would have been the one they arrested. Either way, there's only one person to blame here, and that's Gusto. It didn't help that the initial detective was so bad at his job either. He never even told the prosecutor that the body had vanished. So then, Mr. Von Karma had unwittingly placed Mr. Tanjiro's under arrest in the absence of a body. I mean, I guess it would explain why he was so keen to wrap things up. Still, you think he noticed something as big as that if he's taken a look at a few reports, right? Notice something had been deliberately distorting the facts of the case though. Either way, it seems that Mr. Von Karma didn't know about the body until after the arrest had been made. but admitting that would have spoiled his perfect records, so he kept it to himself and proceeded to prosecute Mr. Tangaroa regardless.
Can this really be true?
You don't feel bad at all? Somebody spent 18 years in prison because of you. Sticks and stones. Sticks and stones, girlie. Sticks and stones.
What a jerk. I ought to arrest you right now, pal. I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that, detective.
So you noticed, huh? Glad somebody did. The statute of limitation has expired. The judge is right. You can't lay a finger on me. What? Why? You just confessed to murder. No idea, huh? Then I guess I better lay it out for you. Why you can't arrest me? I killed Frost 18 years ago. The statute of limitation for murders in this country is 15 years. You do the math. You can't arrest me. You think I have confessed otherwise? That's right. The statute of limitation is only 15 years. Is this really the end of the line, Mr. Edgeworth? Once the statute has expired, he can't be charged, so... But...
How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm afraid that both Mr. Gusto's confession and your deduction will have to be struck from the record, and that Mr. Tangaroa's conviction will remain in place.
What? Are you serious? Even though if someone admitted to the murder, you can't say, okay, because he admitted to the murder, this guy's now innocent and we let him free. He still has to do the time. That's BS. That's nonsense. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Surely you let him free because he's innocent, but you can't arrest Gusto because of the statute of limitation that's fine. But we've finally proven that the police never had Mr. Frost's body in their possession. If we can't arrest Mr. Gusto, surely Mr. Tangaroa has grounds for the retrial on that basis.
Does he? I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid that the goddess' judgments are somewhat harder to overturn than you might imagine.
So the committee means for the verdicts from 18 years ago to stand no matter what. But why? How's that fair? Bad luck, Mr. Prosecutor. There must be something we can do. Something to bring Mr. Gusto down. Why you can't arrest me? Okay, this is the contradictions thing, right? Let's talk about the statute of limitations. Depending on your actions of the last 18 years, your statute may have not expired yet. Wait, hold on, wait, what? Wait, let me Google this, okay? If a murderer, I don't know, I doubt Google is going to tell me. If a murderer flees the country, what? No, if a murderer flees a country, what happens to the statute of limitation? Does it get put on hold? Statute of limitation when a suspect has fled to another country. The statute of limitation are for filing a matter. So for a criminal case, so long as the charges are filed on time, the case can remain pending, usually with an open warrant. While a defendant is out of the jurisdiction, some jurisdictions may require a prosecutor to periodically file something to keep the case open. There may be tolling statutes or case laws that extend the time to file if a potential defendant has prevented law enforcement from identifying them or the alleged crime. In civil cases, it's likely the result of someone avoiding service is a default judgment. There are some minor hoops to go through to get one. You generally can't get a default criminal judgment. Wait, someone else wrote, once the state has filed charges, the timer stops on the statute of limitation issue. If the defendant is out of the country for long enough, though, there may be a speedy trial issue where the defense may be able to argue that it is fundamentally unfair to bring charges after this long. That's difficult to make it stick, though, as most judges takes a dim view of that when the delay was caused by the defendant themselves. Oh, so according to Reddit, he still may, even though it's been 18 years, he still may be able to be charged. The question, I guess, now is how long was he in? Because we know that he was in Chengfa to study confectionery, right? Sculpturing or whatnot, right? So the question is, how long was he in Chengfa? If he was in Chengfa for more than 3 years, it is possible to deduct that duration he was abroad from how long ago the murder happened. So, for example, if he was there for 5 years, then 18 minus 5 is 13. So, because 13 is less than 15 years, he's able to be arrested for the murder of Mr. Frost. Assuming what I read on Reddit is correct, and the guys in Reddit, it was r/lawyer. If those people who posted on Reddit is telling the truth, I don't know these things. It's out of my expertise. This ought to be good. Alright, I got nothing to hide. If there's something you want to ask, ask it. Very well, tell us where you've been and what you've been doing since the incident. Sure. Not long after the contest, I was able to cure my taste disorder thanks to the formula from that book. And not so long after that, I went to Chengfa to really buckle down and hone my craft. Yeah, so he went to Chengfa. Like I said, he admitted it earlier. He said it earlier. The question is for how long? That explains a lot. We tried to contact you after the fact, but I guess you were long gone by then, huh? Could be. I left, let's see, around a year after the murder. And it was before Tangaroa's last day in court. Going to Chengfa was the best thing I ever did. The flavor designer, I'm the full package now. And all on the backs of those who lives you destroyed. What's an omelette without a few eggs? Nothing, Mr. Prosecutor, nothing. You're evil. Sticks and stone, girlie. You can't arrest me, and that's all that matters. Ugh, I need more to work with. There has to be something I can get out of him. You know what? I'm just wondering. Can we read that book? Oh, it says it here. The statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. Okay, so it is here then. It is here. Okay, so the question, I guess, is how long was he away? How long was he in Chengfa? Maybe I can push him further into the statement he just made. Is there anything I should follow up on? Yeah, he's training in Chengfa, right? How long he was there for. I'd like you to tell us more about your training in Chengfa, if you wouldn't mind. Fine. I later went to Chengfa to train, and I finally became the best in the world. I guess we can do this. It must be this then. Right? He fell into my trap. The statute of limitation for murder is subject to the following conditions. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country, which means that time you spent abroad doesn't count towards the total time under the statute. No way! So it's like someone hit pause while he was in Chengfa.
It appears that there may be time left on the clock yet, but that would depend on how long you stayed in Chengfa, Mr. Cousteau.
It was 3 years exactly. 3 years. Hold on. Nobody says anything until I done the maths. The maths. The murder happened 18 years back. Statute 15 years. Add the 3 overseas. 15 plus 3 makes exactly 18, which means no way. Mr. Edgeworth, you did it. The statute hasn't expired after all. He could have lied. He could have said 2 years. Bingo, it's 18 years exactly. Glad you worked it out for yourself. He's just been stringing us this whole time. Why is he laughing? We're good, aren't we? We can arrest him now. I hate to break it to you, little sis, but IS-67 went down at the end of December. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, it's been 18 years and 4 months since Frost's murder. If Gusto stays in Jingfa really lasts 3 years, on the nose is not enough. We're a few months short. Not enough, but what did I tell you? You can't touch me. I hate to admit it, but he read the board when he made his confession. Oh no, what does that mean? What does this mean? Let's look at this case file. Anything else? Not sure.
How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, only the statute has been suspended for another year. Those who would overturn the goddess' judgment must be willing to pay for the price should they fail. And you, Mr. Edgeworth, have failed.
Don't you remind me, my mum tells me I'm a failure every day. Pepe hands.
There must be something I can do.
I knew it. Well, if the bro can't bring Mr. Gusto to justice, then... Juice, what are you thinking?
Objection!
There's no need to go add into your rap sheet just yet. We are not done here, far from it. Cause there's still a way we can nail him. There is? Alright, Mazarino, prep talk. I need you to think back over everything we know about the case. Hi, Falendor. Oh, you heard me say that. I was just joking around, don't worry. Yeah. It's just a joke, yeah. How are you doing well, Falendor? Gusto's overlooked one critical thing that you yourself were led to believe wrongly about. Which is, he wasn't there for Samsung's last trial, remember? Oh, and the last trial was during December. Wait, no. When was it? When was the trial? It doesn't say. What does that mean then? Best I can tell, he doesn't seem to know what the final verdict that came down that day is. Which means there's still one way left to us. Crack open your statute for dummies there and take another look. 17 years ago, they really did a number on Samsung and framed him like a pretty picture. If we make good use of that verdict now, we can make Gusto pay in full for what he's done. Oh really? There's no... Well, Funstorm on Tornado Warning is Monka S, but who knows that? You gotta be careful, man. Just be careful though. What was that saying? I can't remember. Isn't it saying there was a calm before the storm? So it might be okay for now, but things might pick up. Well, hopefully that's not the case. Knock on wood. But you never know. Just stay safe, Harmonize. Fender, are you? Those who would overturn Goddess' judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. Samsung's my client, Miles, and I can't bring myself to use the source of his pain as a weapon in this fight. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not experienced in these tornadoes and stuff and these warnings, so you are definitely. But yeah, just stay safe. Just take caution. Throw caution to the wind. So whether we play our last card or not is going to have to be up to you. Pan his bed. Yes. Bringing Mr. Gusto to justice can only happen if I use the outcome of that hard-fought trial. I mean, it's a confectioneer, right? So it's sweet stuff. Sweet bread, rather. So, should I raise an objection to play that card or not? If it's asking to object, we shall object. Objection. Not sure why I'm objecting, but I'm objecting for my father. I'm experienced enough to sit on my balcony patio and watch If It Happens, People Happy. Oh no, but don't do that. Please stay at home. Stay inside your apartment. My father and Mr. von Kormer, one sought to reveal the truth to the other to hide it. I know which path I choose to follow, the one that seeks to reveal the truth.
This court has reached its final verdict. The records will state that Mr. Gusto has been found not guilty on all counts.
Objection! Yes, let's object. Object for the sake of objection. No, Your Honor, Mr. Carmelo Gusto is absolutely guilty. If it happens, it happens. Oh no, we're nice. Yeah. Get your ass inside, Whip. Exactly. You tell him, TTV. And I refuse to let him walk away. His crimes are too unspeakable to go unpunished.
Do you mean to suggest that you have grounds upon which to call for his arrest?
I do. Do I? I mean, Fender said, look at the statute of limitation book, so I guess that's what we're going to do. Now to show Judge Cavell something that proves the statute of limitation hasn't yet expired. I'm not sure. I mean, like, if you do the grocery, you can do the grocery. It's just raining right now for me. I don't know if it's raining for you. I mean, you can do your grocery shopping still, right? I don't know if you have any food, because you could always like order grocery shopping, right? Like Iceland, for example. I think if you have like a £45 minimum spend to get free delivery, you can like order stuff from Iceland if you do shop in Iceland, and they can send you stuff. I'm talking about Iceland, the grocery shopping, not Iceland, the country. It's gonna take a it's gonna take a while to deliver food from the country Iceland to England. Wait, what does this mean? The statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice indictment to the end of their trial. So is that basically saying the period where what's his face Gusto left the country up to the final the last day of the court case, the trial, the day that they said what's his name, Tangaroa was guilty, that period, however long that period, that don't count towards the statute of limitation of limitation? Is that what basically it means? So for example, if there was a five months gap, then you got to deduct 5 months. Correct. Okay. So that must be it then, right? Okay. And we said that he admitted that he wasn't in the trial. He didn't go to the final trial. So it must be this one then. I think it's either this or the book. I think it's this.
Vero, is there a particular page in the ISIS 7 case file you would like to refer to?
Suspect data? I have no idea. Suspect data? I'd like you to direct your attention to the page concerning the suspect. As you can see, Samson Tagora was convicted as an accomplice. Yep. And it took around 1 year for his indictment for that verdict to be reached.
Yes, that does seem to be the case.
So that 1 year gap, you gotta deduct 1 year as well then. So it's currently 14 years and 4 months. The book he gave us details certain conditions pertaining to the statute of limitations for murder. Someone replied to my comment I left on someone's video and said, "Thanks for the uninformative AI response. Everybody knows I refuse to use any form of AI." One of them, as I mentioned, is that the statute is suspended if the statute flees the country. And another states that the statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of the trial. Well, what? Tanjiro was convicted as an accomplice. Yep. Guess you were in Zhengfa when the verdict came down. Samsung was convicted as accomplice and not as the main perpetrator, which is clearly news to you. And no good news either, am I right? But how can that be? Tanjiro was an accomplice to anyone. He was innocent, and you know it. Oh, we know it. It's what we've been trying to prove all along. And in a pleasing twist of fate, his wrongful conviction will be the very thing that sets him free. If you spend 3 years in Zhengfa, and your accomplice Samsung Tangaroa was on trial for 1 year, that means you could still be charged with Mr. Frost's murder up to 19 years after the fact. In other words, the statute of limitation hasn't expired at all. Oh, the plot twist.
The goddess' judgment is infallible, but that of her servants, it appears, is not. It seems the prosecutor in charge of this case may have erred. Unbelievably, we may have no choice but to instigate a full inquiry.
No, how could this, you were supposed to be something, come on. You're supposed to be able to. 18 years. That's a long time. To let somebody else suffer for your crimes. It's time to pay the piper, Gusto, and not a moment too soon. But I'm finally the greatest. My brilliance has been recognized. I gave up everything for this. Everything. Even my son. I don't know who Dr. Gero is. More's the pity. But you can't run from the law forever, because the bills come due at last. Huh. I think we're about to finish the episode, I reckon. What the hell? That's so big. What is he making? Oh, he's making the thing of him. That's pretty good. Why did he slice it though?
Mr. Gusto's all set for his trip downtown, sir.
Oh, good, which means it's your turn next, right? I suppose so.
Judes.
I'm so sorry, everybody. I've caused you all so much trouble. But thank you so much for bringing Mr. Gusto to justice at last. I'm afraid there's no escaping the consequences of your action, Ms. Bound. But those actions were born of legal mistakes that were made all those years ago. We all know that. So allow me to apologize in return on the behalf of the prosecution. Oh no, I have no one to blame but myself for it all, starting with all those sculptures. Hey, Judes, you think maybe you might want me to represent you? I'm not some nervous newbie anymore, and there's no way I'm letting you take the rap for everything.
Oh, I'll be honored. Thank you, Mr. Fender.
He's like, bring it here. I want a hug.
Sorry, ma'am, but you gotta come with me now. Of course.
He's always been like that, yeah. Judge Gavel, why did you lie to us?
Lie? What are you talking about?
You implied that there was no case for a retrial, but we've proven that wasn't true. Surely anyone truly committed to see injustice done would have called one as soon as the body was found.
I am under no obligation to answer such questions.
And you clearly have no intention of doing so either.
Truly, you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. As such, you've given me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt would you be called to appear before the Committee in due course. Now, I must be on my way.
What the heck? And after you caught the real killer and everything? Isn't that what prosecutors are supposed to do? Regardless of how it may all play out, I will never regret what we've accomplished here today. Mr. Edgeworth.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
Why did you stick your nose in this case anyways? You weren't even on the job.
My job is to bring the truth to light, Mr. Winner. Not only as a prosecutor, but as a person.
I don't get it.
I wouldn't expect you to understand, not as long as you believe that closing the case makes you a winner.
That's going way over my head. I'm going home.
What was that all about? Eustace still has a lot to learn, is all. I wonder if he's going to be an Apollo Justice. As the prosecutor side. I swear, I can't wait to fuck him up, seriously, in Apollo Justice, because we're going to, from my understanding, kind of a spoiler alert for those who are interested, we play a particular character that we know, but their kid, question mark? So who knows? Who knows? We might be up against him. I hope so.
Mousy Wowsy!
Yes?
I just wanted to say old Greggy Pegleg would have been proud of you today. Oh, look at me tearing up. That, and thanks for helping poor Sammy Poo Poo.
Of course. Hey, Edgy, looks like you cleared everything up, huh? So, what happened exactly? I was kind of busy sketching. Wait, where did Judy and Verity go? Wow, you really weren't paying attention, were you? Though I am loath to admit it, Larry's sketches did come through for us on more than one occasion. Not that I'm about to tell him that. Quit it with the glaring, will ya? Whatever I did, I'm sorry. Calm down, Larry. I wasn't glaring at you. Hehe, you totally were. You just like your pop. He was a terrible liar too. He was? Listen, I'm gonna head out. Need to fill Samsung in on what went down today. You wanna come with? Yes, of course. Great, then I'm coming too. 2nd of April, 4:56 PM, Detention Center, Visitors Room. So what's Mr. Tangaroa like? I can't wait to finally meet him. Oh, he's a real sweetheart. You love him. Even while locked up, he can't help but make all sorts of cookies and cakes for everyone. It's why 3 PM cake extravaganza is a thing for prisoners and guards alike. Really? That sounds awesome. You think there'll be any left for us to try? Didn't we find a few slices of chocolate cake in the prison the other day? Could there have been some of Mr. Tangaroa's baked goods? Gummy, what are you doing here?
I heard you were all coming in to see Mr. Tangaroa, so I volunteered to escort him. Hello, new friends. I'm Samsung Tangaroa.
Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service. And I'm Mr. Edgeworth's trustworthy sidekick, Kay Faraday.
It's very nice to meet you both.
Miles here is Gregory's son.
Is that so? Your father was very kind to me and fought so hard for my case. But in the end, I betrayed him. I made a false confession and... Don't worry, Mr. Tangaroa. Mr. Fender has explained everything to me. Sure did. And now we're here to tell you the truth about what happened 18 years ago. The truth? Judy did all that for me? Crazy racked her brain for 18 years until she finally figured out to set you free. What can I say? Turns out she would really would do anything for you. Oh, Judy, I never did anything to deserve such devotion. Come now, Mr. Tangaroa. I think we all know that's not true. The bond between the two of you has held strong for all these years after all. You think so? I guess I better show him. Which piece of evidence is proof of the bond Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bound share? Will be, I see, a chocolat. Take that, le chocolat. Those chocolates, Judy made them, didn't she? Yes, she did. They're super delicious and sweet. Miss Bound continued making them, just as you taught her, even after that fateful day, so that there would always be some waiting for you when you finally came home. Judy. I bet they're beyond super sweet then, aren't they? Very much so, I'm afraid. I only wish we could hand them to you. Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure he gets them later. Which would be a clear breach of prison policy. Not that I have the authority now to stop it anyway. I mean, technically Detective Bad did that as well, so why can't Gumshoe? Unless policies and things have changed. Thank you very much. You know, Detective, something about you reminds me of Detective Bad. Really, pal? Because I look up to him a lot. He's my role model. You don't say. It seems fate likes to bring people of all sorts together, huh? You hang in there, Samsung. Just a little longer. I should be able to get you out soon. I'm sorry it's taken so long. Nobody should have to wait 18 years to get justice. Gomena, sorry. Don't be silly, Eddie. I'm the one who should be saying sorry, or rather, thank you, truly. Samson. Well, I guess it's my turn to wait for Judy to come home now. I better make sure there's something delicious on the table for her when she finally walks through that door. Don't let me down, Eddie. Leave it to me, big guy. The IAS-7 incident, it's been 18 long years, but this case we've inherited from our father is finally coming to a close. Or is it? Hey Miles, thanks for today. And sorry for forcing you to make us a final call like that. Not at all, I simply made a call that felt right to me. Huh? What are you guys talking about? You know how Samsung was wrongfully convicted? We had to pretend that he wasn't in order to nail Gusto. But to use his false conviction against him, even to save him? As his lawyer, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Yeah, I can see that. But now that Gusto's behind bars, I can finally start to get that wrongful conviction overturned. Yes, and I'm sure you will. Wait a minute, does this mean that even if you were only doing what's right, if the false conviction had been overturned before today, Mr. Gusto would have gotten away scot-free? Yep. It's what we folks in Zetres like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect because of things like the legal contradiction, right? Yeah, but you never know. Things might change. The law always evolving, just like us humans. Your Uncle Eddie and Mazarina included, am I right? The potential for growth and change in people and the law, huh? So, Miles, are you going to keep fighting crimes as a prosecutor or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer. I know. Well, let's just say I won't complain if you show up at the office one day. And on that note, it's time for me to skedaddle. I owe you big time, and I always repay my debts. But for now, thanks again for today.
I mean it. Did he seem kind of in a hurry to get out of here to you? He did. And honestly speaking, I'm the only one who owes him a debt of gratitude. After all, he gave me a chance to reckon with my father's final case. When I was a boy, all I ever dreamed of was becoming an attorney like my father. But then, during my time with Mr. Von Karma, I learned the way of the prosecutors instead. Eventually, with the help of some good friends, I found my own voice and a new way to live. But now my career as a prosecutor is at risk of being taken away from me. It might be time to take another long, hard look at how I want to live my life, whether I like it or not. Oh damn. 2nd of April, Edgeworth and Co. Law Offices. Hey Gregory, sorry for reporting in so late. It may have taken 18 years, but we're finally in a position to prove Samsung's innocence. All thanks to your boy Miles. I couldn't have done it without him. You should have seen him. The way he fought for the truth gave me chills. It was like I was watching you. Look, I know I'm not as an attorney you were, but those guiding principles you tried to instill in me, I like to think I'm embodying them now as I carry on your legacy. Ears open. Your boy will be joining me in that soon. Am I going to fight crime as a prosecutor or help people as an attorney? What is the right answer? Which path should I choose? The end. And that concludes the episode, guys. We're done. C'est fini. Well, the 3rd episode at least, anyway. Alright guys, so yes, that will conclude the end of the stream, guys. Since we finished today, it basically means there will be no stream tomorrow. So I have some stuff I need to take care of, and we'll see when the art stream is gonna be. In the ideal world, I would like the art stream, the VTuber Friday, to be in the morning, but if it's in at night, then it's at night. But we'll see. No promises. I'll let you guys know. As usual, I'll post on Discord the notification when I do go live. If I go in the morning, I might do like a God Wars stream later tonight, later during that day. But no promises. We'll see. Thanks, Falandor. Let's see who's live right now at the moment. Is there anyone who we can raid? Who can we raid? Who can we raid? Okay, there's quite a few people targets us on live right now. Okay, so we've got PB who's live, who's playing Diablo. We've got Warcry, Mango who's playing Deltarune. We've got Slash who's doing E33, it seems. We have also AZ who's doing art. It's been a while since we raided AZ, so let's show some love and raid her if that's okay. I'm not gonna have audio, so I won't be able to hear what she's saying. Oh, she's animating right now. Oh, she's doing like a kissing mode. That's cute. But yeah, let's show some love and raid her. You can actually join a raid, but if you can't, that's completely fine. Feel free to follow my socials if you haven't already. Discord is when I notify people when I go live, and I tend to post my schedules on Sundays. But yeah, next stream will be tomorrow. I don't know if it's in the AM or in the evening, we'll see, for art stuff. But yeah, thank you Ark for the free stream streak. But yeah, that concludes for Ace Attorney for a while. Next week will be Genshin, so we won't be streaming any more games on this channel till next week, till the Genshin patch goes live. But yeah, in terms of the raid message, use the first raid message if you're sub to this channel, second raid message if you're sub to the other channel, third raid message if you're sub to neither channel, and the fourth raid message is a flex if you're sub to both channel. Wait, have they removed Paimon and Bangbu emote? Can you see that emote, or is it just a bunch of text? They removed it. Okay, so I'm gonna have to rate. I have to change that emote then. Okay, no, command.